What's up, everybody? Welcome to this week's crossover Chillporeal. At least that's what I call it. And with me, I got two guests who are amazing. And we got Dreadroberts. What's up, man?
What is going on, Nerdporeal?
I know we're practically friends here. So, but how you doing, man?
Oh yeah,
Thanks for being here.
this is easy. Oh yeah, for sure, man. I love being here.
So, you are looking forward to talking about some of that stuff that's in your wheelhouse, like Sweet Baby Ink and.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't wait. Honestly, I think that like all the subjects we're going to be talking about today are going to be epic because one of those things I want to talk about but haven't kept up with, and then the thing that I'm bringing. Oh man, it's just like it. I love how continuous it is because the more it happens, the more it exposes the rot in the industry. So yeah, I can't wait.
All right, man. And we got the Alpha Chad himself, Feanor. What's up, man?
What is going on, everybody? Not a lot. Just chilling out, relaxing on the Chillporeal Nerdporeal stream. Yeah, it's what we're doing here. So it's awesome.
Hey, so I figure
gonna be talking about a lot of interesting stuff. It's gonna be good.
Yes, so I figure because of you, I started watching Wuxia films. So we're gonna save that for the final part of the stream, but we're gonna be talking about the spoilers. Has it been confirmed that they're actually spoilers for the greatest show ever made, the Wings of Power season
The
2, the Wings of Power,
the wings of redemption. No, no, they are not confirmed. Matter of factly, it is my considered opinion that some damage control concerning these leaks has been going on, and yeah, we're gonna definitely get into that because it's kind of interesting. It's from a damage control by a particular group of people that belong to a YouTube channel that is not very fond of me, and I'm not very fond of them, and their damage control has made me even more not fond of them. So
no kidding.
Yeah, you got all right, cool. Yep, we got the spy report. So for those who don't know, this is from the OneRing.net. Yeah, warning potential spoilers for season 2. This came out, I believe, is about a month and a half ago, and it originated from a 4chan leak.
Oh, okay.
And so a lot of this stuff is pretty crazy, but the more that kind of trickles out of Amazon, the more these leaks start to look a lot more credible. Now, where I brought damage control earlier, about a week ago or so, the YouTube channel Fellowship of Fans, who are deep in Amazon's wallet,
pocket,
so to speak, pocket, yeah. They came out with a post on X saying that many of the leaks were actually just Trojan horse and a Trojan horse action on the part of Amazon to try and weed out whoever was actually leaking information.
Yeah.
I don't, unless they, and here's my thing, unless they knew or had a good idea of who the leaker was, how the hell is that going to work? And so Fellowship of Fans did not update anything for about a solid week. Came back yesterday, I believe it was, and said, yeah, guys, all of our stuff that we came out with in terms of information was correct, except for one little small thing. We have confirmation from Amazon now.
So what is it that's confirmed again? What was it that's confirmed?
Just various different things regarding cast members, who cast members are going to play, this, that, and the other. This report here, though, supposedly, according to what Fellowship of Fans and Amazon say, is an absolute Trojan horse. But the thing of it is that some of these things have already been confirmed by the likes of Fellowship of Fans, or not confirmed necessarily, but they line up with a lot of the things that Fellowship of Fans has already let out into the public as far as information goes. The one that I find hysterical on this list, though, is Let me pull it up on my end too, so I can read this for you guys. So both you guys are familiar with the character Tom Bombadil, right?
Yep.
Okay, jolly old Tom.
Yep.
Well, apparently they're going to make jolly old Tom in the Rings of Power the avatar of Morgoth. You're going to have to scroll down a little bit. Let me full screen this. Oh man, it's so great. All right, scroll down a little bit further, my friend, if you can.
I got this now.
Let's get that up there. Okay. Okay, yeah, here it is. Number 17. Tom Bombadil and Goldberry, his wife, are in an episode. They are played by the same actor and actress as Melkor, Morgoth, and Ungoliant from episode 1. The pair, as Bombadil and Goldberry, are serving out a punishment from Mandos per a quote long-held fan theory. And even though I hate OneRing.net, they are correct on this. This long-held fan theory is just total BS. It's not a long-held fan theory. If this is correct, this is something that Amazon just made up arbitrarily.
What does this mean, Mando's right here?
So Mandos is pretty much he's the best way to describe Mandos, the character of Mandos, is he is the Hades of Tolkien's mythology. He's pretty much the god of the underworld, so to speak, except for he doesn't really have an underworld. He just kind of has like a Hall of the Dead type deal.
And Melkor is supposed to be like Lucifer.
Yeah, Melkor is the OG Dark Lord prior to Sauron.
Yeah,
but they're gonna make and Tom Bombadil is like the most wholesome dude in the entire like saga. He just like he puts on the ring and it does nothing to him. Like he just like okay, whatever.
Yeah, I remember they asked Gandalf, they're like, why doesn't Tom Bombadil like not take the ring? And I think his reason was because Tom Bombadil would forget.
Yeah, he would just lose it. He just whatever.
Exactly.
So they're gonna introduce Tom Bombadil, and then it's gonna be like revealed that it was Melkor the whole time.
Yes.
That's nuts.
So that's assuming these leaks are true again. But I mean, damn, it's this number 11 one really got me.
Dude, oh my gosh. Wait, look at 14. Sauron had a son.
Adar
killed.
Yes.
Can Sauron have kids? Is he like Zeus? He just goes around screwing mortals or something?
So there is one Maiar, same kind of classification as Sauron, who actually did have kids, and that was Melian. Her daughter was Luthien.
Oh, okay.
So technically, yes, Sauron could technically have children. Did Sauron have any kids in the entire saga of Middle-earth and Arda and anything Tolkien ever wrote? Hell no. It's not a thing that happened.
Wow.
Let's see here. Apparently Gandalf is going to meet Shadowfax.
Horses can't live that long, right? Right?
No. Shadow, no.
He's gonna follow his nose and find Shadowfax in a.
Stop it!
He's gonna save him from the orcs of Adar, whatever they are.
But here's the other thing too. So apparently, as Sauron gets increasingly more corrupted by, it's kind of hinted at on, where is it at? In the number 8.
Yeah.
That Sauron is going to get progressively whiter as he gets more corrupted.
So has it been? It's pretty much confirmed that this new actor, Gavi, whatever his name is Anatar.
Yes.
Wow.
Wait. So in the first season, this is hard to make sense of. Okay, so Halbrand's white in the first season, and then in the second season he's going to be dark and then progress to white.
Yes.
What?
As he gets,
I don't understand.
No, check it out. This is where their activism comes into play. As the character of Sauron progressively gets more corrupted into evil, the whiter he is going to be.
You're kidding.
Uh,
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
He was already the ultimate evil. He's like, I was there for the first kinslaying. Smile. Like, how much worse can he get?
It's like,
What, like,
So I got a question.
yeah.
Then now they have more rights to more characters that they didn't have before. Is that the case? Like they're saying they have like all 5. They can use all 5 wizards now. Apparently,
yeah, they can use all 5 wizards. Some more of the Valar, not just referencing them, but actually putting them on screen. Allegedly, they're gonna do the kinslaying, which that's not on this thing. This is just something I heard just kind of in passing and talking with some people and doing some research and everything. And also based on some of the things that Fellowship of Fans released, there's going to be quite a few flashbacks, including those with Feanor, quote, their version of Feanor, which I am. Oh man, I'm gonna go ballistic.
Oh, I bet, dude.
But
that's my boy.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna lose my shit, man. It's gonna be like it's gonna be all hell's gonna break loose, man. But but no, apparently they're gonna be doing tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of flashbacks, and I absolutely believe that's the case because they need to milk whatever they can in terms of the key jangling. And if they have more rights to stuff within the Silmarillion, they're going to be able to do that. But they're going to butcher the hell out of it. So
do you think they're going to cover all the stories in the Silmarillion if they have it, or can they not?
I don't think they can. But they're definitely going to try and milk the hell out of whatever they do have access to. I know that for a fact. There's apparently, here's the thing that doesn't really make any sense to me. So this is only season 2. It's another eight episode season. And they're already going to do presumably the sacking of Eregion and the killing of Celebrimbor, which means if they even have any prayer of trying to drag this thing back to something that remotely resembles the canon, that means they have to fit the forging of the 7 rings and the 9 rings and the 1 ring into 8 episodes. Excuse me. They have to fit in the entire war of the elves in Sauron and amongst all this stuff. And they're also going to be doing flashbacks on top of that. And I just don't know how it's going to be a mess. It's going to be narratively, it's going to be a disaster, I think, because it's going to be another case. I think it's going to be so with season 1, the big problem with the pacing was that it was way too damn slow.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a complete flip. I think they're going to be going at like a machine gun pace. Like it's just going to be, they're going to be doing who's the director that does like the really, really fast paced stuff? He did the Force Awakens. They're going to J.J. Abrams this thing and go boom, 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 boom. Like do things so quick that you don't have time to think about it. And all you just see is the flashing lights and the battles and the things. And you don't really pay attention to the actual story that's going on. That's what I think they're going to do.
Interesting.
Sounds like it's going to be worse than the first season.
Oh, it's going to be unbelievably worse. It's going to be so bad.
By the way, before we go any further, I want to say hello to Mark Clark and Brian Anderson. So because I have I have this up on X too. I think nothing but bots are watching me on X or something. That's what I'm thinking. That's what's making up all these views and all that.
I didn't realize that you had us live on X. Hold on, I gotta tweet this out. Hold on.
I don't know if it's appropriate to say to you, Brian, but I think that you should totally upload to Rumble. Just no. I'm not saying Switch, in case people freak out, but Rumble's pretty good. I like it.
You guys getting good views, I'm guessing, over there.
Well, I had just started uploading some of my newer videos from the Dread channel, and I do my little second gaming channel thing. Honestly, for a first time uploader on that second account, it's not doing too bad. So the first thing I was thinking of was you guys. I'm just like, man, I wonder if any of these dudes have considered Rumble. It might actually be like a good avenue for for getting some people to see your stuff, because these Chillporeals are awesome, and so are the book club live streams you do. Those are sick.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Now that I'm tooting your horn.
No, that's fine.
No, Rumble's good. I was thinking about doing like if I was going to use Rumble, I'd have like my So I have a podcast I'm thinking about setting up, or at least like a stream series I'm thinking about setting up.
Ooh.
But I also want to do kind of like a uncensored raw version of that, like have two separate streams. So I'd have the one that goes on YouTube where we're just talking about whatever topics, this, that, and the other, and then have the one on Rumble where it's like you get raw about it and just say whatever the hell you feel about.
I see.
You know, like let the obscenities fly type deal.
What do you think to call it? Feanor and Friends?
Well, I was honestly thinking about calling it the Lore Keepers.
Ooh, that's a good one. Nice. That's not a bad one.
And like invite people who are very knowledgeable in various different like fandoms and universes. So like Nerdporeal here, he knows a lot about Star Trek, so I'd bring him in for the Star Trek stuff. I have people that Star Wars, people that are kind of like that know a bunch about a lot of different things, some animes. I know Tolkien. Like just a nice conglomerate of nerds where we literally are the lore keepers, and we not just lore keep. We could be like the virtual.
It sounds very Nerdporeal. Sounds like a very Nerdporeal type of channel.
Well, I'm thinking about having the stream be like the virtual, like a virtual library for nerds, but like with commentary. So like, we could just be talking about just some random stuff, and like we could like propose like death battles and get in debates about death battles between different characters and different universes, and just have old school fun nerd talk while also being informative. And also obviously as lore keepers, gatekeeping the hell out of our fandoms. If something like Picard season 3, so many people like that. Nerdporeal hated it, so Nerdporeal will be brought on to explain just why the hell it was terrible. He's
the first guy too. You got to get him up there.
Yeah, exactly. I'd bring him in for that. Like just a whole bunch of stuff like that, but just like genuine nerd discussion. I think would be fun. And it'd be similar to Chillporeal, where it would just be kind of like off the cuff, nothing scripted, nothing anything like that. Just a whole bunch of friends just sitting down talking about this stuff. So, but I do have to set up a kind of a format, but that'll probably be like, I got like 75 different things going on right now, but that'll probably be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I'll probably have at least like the first stream up.
What's up,
I'm
Salty?
watching this, John, because no one will try to sell me a shitty comic book for $40.
I wonder who you're talking about.
Hold on.
So do I.
Salty Traveling. See, guess what, man? This stream is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I've actually never done that one, but I actually in my next video, I actually have to do. I promised this one company I do like a promotion. I keep forgetting to do, and I've had their product for like a year now. So.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So I've already made kind of a promise to myself. I'm not gonna if I get big enough to where I have people that want to be sponsored or have sponsorships contact me. What I'm going to do is I'm either going to promote, because I'm setting up my own photography store. I'm either going to promote my own photography store, or what I'm thinking about doing as well is going to different small, because my hometown, which is about 5 minutes south of me, they are known globally as kind of a hub for like art and like a whole bunch of stuff. So every summer we have an art festival here. There's festivals that happen in Estes Park that is about 30 minutes or so away from me. Lots of really fun stuff. And so what I want to do is, because we do get that tourism that comes in every year, I want to sponsor the small businesses that are here. so that people know, the word is out, like, hey, go to this brewery or go to this restaurant or go to this bookstore or go to this, go to that, you know, all the small businesses. And then like, yeah, I'll get a kickback from them for doing that, but I'm not going to like make it anything like major or anything, just a little something to help out the channel.
I went there a few years ago. I want to go back there. So you know what that means? It means we gotta hook up.
Oh yeah, dude,
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
so down. Like, dude, I've had yeah, it's I know all the spots, man. I've been in this area for 32 years. I know it like the back of my hand. So
Yeah, because you want to know what's funny? I went to Colorado, 2019. I was going there from Santa Fe because I went to a certain author's theater that will unlikely finish his fantasy book series.
is his
You
name
know,
start with a G
mm-hmm,
of the RR variety?
that's
Yes.
yep. Yeah, I think he had another R added to his name. I think when I was there. But yeah, I went up to the Colorado Springs, went to the Garden of the Gods, and then after that went to my friend Marty, who I've had on my on a few Chillporeals. He told me to go to Estes Park, so I visited the Stanley Hotel, which is The Shining.
Oh yeah.
And then I went to Rocky Mountain National Park. I didn't go. I went by myself, so I didn't go to like any bars or anything like that. But I went to National Park. Went along the trails. You know, was alone, so I had to be careful, make sure I wasn't make sure it was daytime, so I don't think there'd be any bears or anything.
Oh, you'd be surprised, brother. There's some areas. It's not like prolific or anything like that, but every once in a while, we'll get a mountain lion. They'll just jump someone in broad daylight. Like they're just hungry.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, straight up. Like there was a guy, probably I want to say a 15-minute drive from where I'm at now, at a place called Horsetooth Reservoir. It's just a little drive north of me. And a guy got jumped by a mountain lion. He killed the mountain lion too, which is wild.
Jeez.
But he got carved up though. He paid for it.
Ooh,
but
that's quite the story though, like for real.
Right. But no, a place that I would take you, Mr. Nerdporeal, there's a little place. It's called St. Malo's Chapel on the Rock. It's about 100-year-old Catholic. It's 100-year-old, I want to say, just around there, Catholic church. It was blessed by Pope John Paul II. It is, I want to say it's about a 15-20 minute drive southwest of Estes Park.
Okay.
And it sits on a rock, legit. Like it looks like an old style medieval, like just chapel. Like it's really, 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 really cool. But where it sits, its backdrop is a 14,000 foot peak, literally right behind it. So literally, you go to this chapel, you look up, and there's this giant ass mountain. It's insane. Here, I'll send you a picture. You can pull it up.
By the way, what's up, Whisker Fisherman member?
I want to get you a picture of this. Good old Saint
Whisker Fisherman.
Whisker Fisherman. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna blame Mags for stealing all of our views, because her and her girls are doing their stream right now.
What is that? Dames and Dorks are doing?
Dames and Dorks, yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I'm gonna have to give her a hard time. And be like, hey, why'd you have to steal all our viewers?
Hey, it's like, how'd your stream go? Oh, I bet it went well.
Jeez.
Well, you want to know something? I have, even though it says 46 here, 40 for somehow, I don't know, it's 40 watching on X, but I'm assuming they're all bots, because I haven't seen any. There's no chat or anything, so I'm assuming they're not real.
They might be real. They just might not be commenting, because I tweeted it out.
Yeah. So, hi, viewers on X.
If you don't be shy. If you're real, don't be shy. Say something.
Yeah.
Comment.
Just tell them exactly how you feel, even if it hurts.
No, well, hold on. Don't necessarily encourage that. Okay, there's a lot of people on the X machine that don't have a lot of nice things to say about yours truly.
No, you're right. Be nice to him.
So Feanor, has there been any eventful conversations on X this week?
Conversations per se? Well, okay. Well, not oddly enough, not Rings of Power related. There was the whole kerfuffle with and I think everybody on God's green earth heard about it. That catfishing girl from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
The one who was called not feminine or whatever the hell. I got involved a little bit in that too, but that went down a whole rabbit hole, man, because the I get the feeling that at a certain point when it came to conspiracy theories, people got so invested in conspiracy theories that now everything is a conspiracy theory. I legit there were people talking about this girl because she was at least affiliated with a Black Rifle Coffee Company. And so there were people unironically saying that her like kind of blowing up on Twitter and going viral on Twitter was just a psyop by the Illuminati to sell coffee. It's like, guys, can you stop? This is getting ridiculous. And they were saying it unironically. This is not like them memeing or whatever. No, this was legit, like serious people saying, no, this is clearly a secret society trying to get this girl to, I guess, market coffee. I don't know what the goal was. They just kept bringing up the coffee, and I was like, guys, chill out. This is getting dumb.
Is that any good? I never had Black Rifle. Is that Black Rifle coffee?
Yeah, me neither.
I think it's good coffee. I mean, like they have one. It's called not Spirit of 76. It's oh shoot, I can't remember the name of it. Oh, it's like their Eagle Espresso. It's really, really good coffee.
Okay.
Nerdporeal, I sent you the picture there of the chapel. I sent it to you on the Twatters.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we got.
Hey, by the way, do you guys call it like just when you're in a conversation, just like letting it flow? Do you call it X or Twitter?
I call it X.
Wow. Okay, I think I'm not quite out of the Twitter. I'm not out of the Twitter world yet.
Oh, I gotta present this. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Check this out. This is from where I'm at. It's about 40-minute drive.
Look at this. Whoa. This is like something right out of something right out of a fantasy.
Yeah. It is gorgeous up there.
And where is this at?
This is it. This is in Colorado in the Rocky Mountains. It's about 15 minutes drive southwest of Estes Park. It's called St. Malo's Chapel on the Rock.
Wow. I wrote down, is it Malos? Malos?
Malo, yeah. Apostrophe S, yeah.
That little home area just looks far better than anything in Rings of Power. I am impressed.
There's a reason why I'm filming my series in this area. Well, this is going to be one of the areas I film my series in, but yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, and there is going to be 0 CGI in my web series. I'm throwing out little tiny bits. It's going to be 0 CGI, stationary cam and/or drone footage.
Oh wow!
I got a question. Are there any other mountains besides the Misty Mountains in Middle Earth?
Yes. There's the Blue Mountains. There's the test my memory here. There's a bunch of different mountain ranges. So there's the Shadow Mountains, the mountains that go around Mordor.
Because I could definitely see this as Middle Earth right here. Just
yeah, I tell people all the time. I live in Middle Earth, man. I do. Like if I go out east, straight up, it's the plains of Rohan, like legit. There's a place. No joke. There's a place east of me. It's a little bit longer of a drive. It's about maybe an hour's drive east, but it's a place called the Pawnee Grasslands, and it's legit just grasslands and horses, and there's nothing out there for miles. Like it's just flat, a little bit rocky. You had me at a look. Feanor, did you run into the one saying that catfishing girl was a Yes, I did. And they're insane people. They're crazy. Okay.
Oh, you got to tell us about that. You
Yeah,
got to tell us a little bit.
yeah. Talk about it. Yeah, talk about it.
I want to hear that.
She did. Okay, so for Halloween, this girl dressed up as Laura Croft, right? And everybody's seen the picture of Laura Croft where she has both her guns out. She has one up in the air and one like down towards the ground, right?
Yeah.
And what this girl did, she did that pose, but she did like a double finger gun type deal where she just had her fingers out. She didn't actually have guns in her hand.
Yeah.
People were saying that she was posing as Baphomet.
I think I came across something like that, but I didn't know who it was they were talking about. And she literally is just pointing her guns like it's a thumb and two fingers.
Yeah, exactly. I actually tweeted about this. Hold on.
Dude, I mean, wow. People just...
I have to look up who is Baphomet, the deity.
Baphomet is Satan.
Baphomet is, well, to be, because my brother has even corrected me on this. I'm supposed to be a Christian of like 30 years, right? But Baphomet is apparently a demon, one of the hierarchical demons in the Bible. Because I remember like one time I'm like, so this guy beheads a statue of Satan. Everybody gets an uproar. It's like, excuse me, it is not a statue of Satan. I'm like,
you know what?
It is Baphomet.
I have no problem calling this idiot out. It's this idiot named Truth Seeker who started all this nonsense. I'm gonna send you a link to the tweet.
I think I've seen him too.
This is dumb as hell.
Truth Seeker.
Truth Seeker.
Truth Seeker.
All she's doing is posing for a Halloween picture as Laura Croft. I mean, come on, guys. It isn't that deep. Stop.
Remember, they said the same thing about Feanor girl over on the airplane when she was doing the finger symbols, saying that guy wasn't real.
Dude, I'm telling you,
I
am dreading the day when the fandom, the Rings of Power fandom, decides to make a wiki page about me. I'm seriously dreading that day because I know it's coming.
I kind of believe it because you're all over the place on that stuff, dude.
And they're gonna come at me with crap like this, where they're gonna be like, "Do you see his profile picture and how he stares at you? He's clearly a part of the grand like Hebrew conspiracy." So I don't know. I'm just gonna make some crap up. Like
that's insane.
It is insane. It's absolutely nuts. People are out of their mind. And me and Mags were laughing about it because the person who started this whole deal with the catfish girl, the one who was saying she was ugly and mannish and all this other sort of stuff, that person privated their Twitter. And Mags and I were laughing about it, like, oh, wait, we thought it was a psyop. Why is she privating all of her stuff? Like,
yeah. Wait, so that was the southern. Okay, so that was the southern lady.
Yeah.
That was getting a whole bunch of crap from Samira, which that entire thing did not make sense.
Yeah, but apparently that was all a psyop to sell coffee.
Oh my goodness gracious! Like, spare me, dude.
No,
dude.
I'll tell you. Actually heard who might be a psyop. It might be Samira. I'm just
saying.
Right,
no doubt. Well, I've heard people say it because it's funny that I brought up the whole Rings of Power fandom making a wiki about me. I've seen screenshots that have been sent to me from people being like, "You need to look at this." I'll check it out, and it's screenshots of people saying he's really an employee for Amazon. He's trying. Look at how much he talks about the show. He's clearly trying to sell it. And I'm like, guys. Really? Have you seen what I have to say about the show?
I mean, have you considered like rolling with it just to troll them?
I totally should right. One of these days. I should come out with like a quote unquote confessional and be like, listen, I think Rings of Power is just no, I can't even say it. Okay, I can't say that because it's bullshit. Like I can't.
Yeah.
The words cannot come out of my mouth.
It's sure. One day you should absolutely just say, like when they're like, "You work for Amazon," it's like, you're right. I do. I've been testing you fake fans this whole time, and you've all failed.
No, I'll come out and be like, I'll come out and say something like, oh, man, I'm gonna try and say this with a straight face. I'll come out and be like, guys, I truly believe Morphin Clark is the perfect Galadriel in every way, and I believe that she radiates chemistry on this. Just some bullshit, like just make something up, just to throw them off a little bit.
You had me believing you. You had me believing you there for a second, Feanor.
You realize, Nerdporeal, how much it actually put me through physical anguish to have those words come out of my mouth.
It's like breathing fire.
Just like an Amazon employee, they all believe that the soft speaking is what draws people in. Yes, just like in Rings of Power.
Yeah, what was half their names? There's Theo, because we have to name character Theo. You know what's funny is I hear Theo, I always think of Malcolm Jamal Warner from The Cosby Show.
Cosby Show, yeah, I'm totally with you. I was like, when I first heard about the character Theo, I'm like, really?
Theo? That's not a very Tolkienian name. I'm like, seriously, do better.
I'm picturing Don Lemonloss wearing a Cosby sweater.
Let's try not to bring him up.
Maybe if you could get Amazon to make a statement that they have no affiliation with you. Oh, dude. Okay, so here's the funny thing, right? I'm actually really ticked off about this. So my friend Azura, who's a sweetheart, by the way, I believe she's blocked by the official Rings of Power X account. A whole bunch of friends of mine are blocked by this X account. I'm not. And I'm ticked off about it. I want to be blocked. Come on, guys. I talk a metric ton of crap about your terrible show. Why have you not blocked me yet?
Because deep down they believe you.
I bet you the first. Well, maybe that's why they haven't updated since August. They haven't updated.
Dude, that's honestly a long time.
That is a very long time to say absolutely nothing about your TV show that you've spent, or your second season that you've spent close to $250 million on, and you've said nothing. Nothing. Mm-mm. Production has been done since April of last year, and they have said nothing. Which is why I'm honestly, I'm confused as to what the hell they're doing. Part of me thinks they're just going to rush out a trailer and get the second season out as quickly as possible. I think that's going to be their modus operandi going forward. Is just, let's get it out quick. Once we finish it up, we can just forget about it, move on, act like Rings of Power never happened.
Dude, what the hell is going on here? This is nuts.
What's up?
62 viewers on X. My YouTube's going down, but X keeps going up. I'm sorry. This has been distracting me the entire time.
Oh no. Hey,
he's so happy.
I wonder how many of them are the. Oh man, dude.
You know what? I think it's fair to assume they're all real and they're all very engaged.
This is nuts.
We have a very real experience happening here, okay? It's beautiful. We are making Nerdporeal way to get on X. It's great.
Oh my God. Let's not get political.
No politics. Not everybody thinks it's huge, but I certainly do think that it's
okay, listen, this is a huge stream. So large. It's the massivest stream ever.
Now Brian has to give us his best impression.
I'm not grab you by the stream. It's beautiful. We're gonna have a beautiful time here at X. It's a glorious time.
Yep.
You guys are terrible.
Okay, listen. There's not gonna be a China in this stream. No China. No China.
Oh my God. It's still going up. It's 7. We're getting close to 70 now. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have 70 beautiful people.
You mentioned Gandalf was going to meet Shadowfax, right?
Yeah.
And then they had a thing where one of the horses, the horses were dying on set. You think maybe that had something to do with the Shadowfax scene, and a Shadowfax horse died?
It might have been. Well,
you're kidding.
I've talked to people and my mom is also an equestrian. She used to show horses when she was in her early 20s. People that are very knowledgeable about horses. Real talk, all jokes aside. And the consensus is, after I explained to them, because they're more knowledgeable about horses than I am. I like to think I know a lot, but I don't about horses in particular. But what they were saying is the chances are very high that horse was ran to exhaustion. Especially considering the fact myself and several others in my Discord did like very thorough research into the breeders for these horses that were used. This is the first time in the illustrious like 45 or 50 year history of this horse breeding group, this group of people that breed horses, that they've ever had an incident like this was on the Rings of Power set. And if Amazon's conduct in New Zealand during season 1 is any kind of like indication of how they operate, they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn if they trash the environment like they did in New Zealand. They don't give a damn if they killed a horse. You know, they just don't care as long as the product gets out. So,
that's insane.
It is insane, and there apparently Amazon's faced zero repercussions. What I'm curious to see, because obviously we're going to have seasons 3, 4, and 5. I want to dig deep and see if this particular breeder has any kind of affiliation with with Amazon moving forward after this. Because if Amazon were the only ones that killed their horses. And horse, I should say, not plural, singular. But if the only animal in their care that has ever died was under Amazon's kind of jurisdiction, then they will probably not be working with Amazon in the future.
Who's in charge? I mean, I know, like, who's in charge of the horses? So I know they have particular people that are responsible for that. Like, who is responsible for that?
Well, my understanding is that the horses were lent to Amazon for the show. But I believe, don't quote me on this because it's been a while since I've read all the articles and done all this, so take this with a pinch of salt. But my understanding is that they were accompanied by a couple of breeders or handlers from that particular stable, if you will. Or a group of breeders. So, but ultimately it was Amazon who kind of controlled what happened. And it's not the first time. I mean, there's been many sets where like a horse has just been ran to exhaustion before. And typically that's on directing and directors not listening to what the people who are experts in the field are saying, because they just want to get that cut. They want to get that, let's do an take, let's do an take, let's do an take, let's do an take. And then you have somebody whose opinion they don't take seriously saying, hey, we should probably give these horses a rest. And it's like, no, I need to have that take. It wasn't good enough. And then eventually, well, you have what happened, presumably. Again, I wasn't there. So all of this is presumably, even though I've talked with experts in the field about this, presumably this is what happened on the Rings of Power set, is that they just ran the horse to death.
But that has to be like that. I mean, if it's exhaustion, like that had to have been quite a few takes.
Well, they just ran it. What happened was they ran it into a cardiac arrest.
Goodness, how does that thing just go unnoticed? I feel like you wouldn't be able to miss that.
I'm like 99.9% sure that the official like autopsy report on the horse was that it died of a cardiac arrest. I could be wrong on that. Let me double check. I don't want to give out false information, but I'm really damn certain that it was the case.
What did this happened for season 2 or for season 1?
Season 2.
Okay.
Season 2. This happened like February last year.
Mm-hmm. So did they was there any announcement on, like, did they say, oh, it's going to air? They confirmed it's going to be this year, 2024, that they're going to be showing, they're going to be dropping season 2. Are they going to be doing it? Are they, I guess we don't know yet, but do you think they're going to do the same thing where they're going to release 3 episodes or something, or 4 episodes? Because they suck.
I think they did 2 the first time.
No, they did 2 the first time. What I think they're going to do, honestly, is what they did previously was they did the 2 episodes first for the premiere. and then every week after that was another episode. What I think they're going to do is they're just going to release the full thing. I don't think they're going to
The whole thing? Just drop the whole show?
I think they're just going to release the whole show in one drop. Get it out of the way, and then just do season 3, get it out of the way, 4, 5, so on.
That's sad. I mean, this is Lord of the Rings.
This is because this is because their highest ratings were the first week, right? I mean, They had the. I actually went. I did something you're probably not going to approve of. I actually went all the way. I drove miles to a theater that was showing in Chicagoland, and yeah, I was like, I heard all the stuff before, but I was just like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just like, I wanted to make up my own mind and see this for myself,
right?
And it was, I mean, I didn't hate it. Everybody hated it right away. I didn't hate it right away. But then I watched more episodes, and I was just like, "This is terrible." So,
right. But
by the way, I want to say hello. We got a few other people that showed up. Admiral T, Admiral, definitely check out the Chillporeal we had talking all things Star Trek, and we got a White Cloak here. What's up, man? What's up,
William?
Sweet,
William.
All right, cool. So
we got Gadfly too.
Gadfly. It's also an issue of hiring competence and experience. That is very, very true.
They don't know. Yes, they don't know how to hire talent at Amazon.
To confirm my statement, by the way, Amazon Studios revealed in a statement that the animal suffered a fatal cardiac arrest during filming of the second season of Prime Video series Lord of the Rings: Rings of Power. So yes, the horse had a heart attack.
They pushed that poor thing way too hard.
Yeah, they pushed the animal too damn hard. Yeah, and they killed it. Because Amazon don't give a damn.
Here, I'm gonna present.
By the way, is there any way that the next 3 seasons cannot happen?
No.
Or are they locked in?
So they're locked in. So here's the. Oh yeah, PETA. Calls for the use of CGI animals. Yeah, PETA used that as a cudgel, but still, it's. So to answer your question on that, so with the Rings of Power, they are contractually obligated to finish all 5 seasons. We'll tell Lady B we said hi to. The horse died of embarrassment.
Hello, Lady B. Long time.
Also says Feanor needs to start Eye of the World. I will. I promise. Okay, listen, guys, listen. I am on. So to give you a bit of like real life talk outside of my LARPing as Feanor on Twitter, I am on. Today is day 19 of 89 straight days of work. I am doing 72 hours a week.
Whoa!
So I am incredibly busy, but I will get started on Eye of the World. I promise.
89. Wait, so 80? You have to work 89 days in a row.
89 days in a row. Hold on. I don't have to. I'm doing it voluntarily.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing it voluntarily. It's just there's a lot of financial reasons why. More or less, I just want to save as much money as I can. I have something I'm doing special for the missus for her birthday, and it's going to be very, very expensive for me. So I want to make sure that I don't like feel the pain of that. I want to make sure that I have a nice buffer, so
yeah.
But
makes sense.
Anyway, what was I going to say though is oh shoot, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Rings of Prime. So they're contractually obligated to finish all 5 seasons. They cannot back out. Otherwise, they'd have to pay the remaining owed contract to the Tolkien estate, which would be in the ballpark of anywhere like $600-700 million estimate. If I have my figures correct. So they might as well just put out a product anyway if they're going to do it. But what I really think they're going to do is, given the fact that they've actually seen the public reaction from the Tolkien fans, like myself and several other thousands of people that just said, no, your show sucks. They're just going to rush it out and be done with it. That's why I think they are so well. And here's the other thing too. The other going theory is that because we haven't seen anything for season 2 yet, the other theory is that the executives at Amazon, Feanor, I will bully you to start it. Okay, Trip. No. Hey, listen, nobody got anywhere with bullying. Okay, bullying doesn't help.
Yeah,
I think they're looking to you to be a fresh ray of hope because I'm souring on the Wheel of Time series myself currently. But by the way, but yeah, we broke 100. This is the most. I mean, if you consider all the people on X bots, which might be the case, I don't know.
No.
No, they're all real. Okay,
No,
they're all real. Every
these
single
are all.
one.
These are all loyal followers of the High King. Damn it! This is what's going on here. Okay. No, wait, hold on.
Okay, listen, we have a beautiful following of 100 people.
Oh my God! Please don't do this.
100 beautiful people that are following.
Oh my
us.
God!
It's just incredible.
Ryan, you have to understand, like, impersonating that man is fun. It's like a fun thing to do.
Okay, listen, I'm telling you right now, hold on. Stop it. Stop. Swipe. The president's talking. So listen. We're gonna build a big, beautiful wall at X. It's gonna be beautiful. We're doing it right now. We're making X great again, everybody. I'm telling you. Man, just get a couple.
Are we still online? Are we still live?
Okay, apparently we're live. We're beautiful. We're great.
Yep.
Sorry, finish your thought there.
It's all good. No, I was gonna say that was the theory is that back to what we were talking about before. The theory is that the executives at Amazon saw the finished product for season 2, and that they were like, oh shit, like this is not good, and that quietly, without releasing anything out, that they've been doing extensive reshoots behind the scenes, which has led to the delay. Because any other TV show would have a trailer out by now. Even House of the Dragon.
Yep.
They finished after the writer's strike ended. They finished their production, and they had a trailer out before the end of the year last year. So Amazon and Rings of Power don't have an excuse. Me personally, I think it's kind of a complex mesh of both theories, that they're just waiting to rush everything out, and the fact that the executives saw it, because the executives at least want to try and I guess not damage control, but salvage the situation, I guess, for the best way to put it. Because I guarantee you they saw the finished product of season 2 and were like, oh no, we can't have this out here. What they did. Do you guys know about the production stories behind the Solo movie, the Han Solo movie?
I know that they fired Lord Miller.
Yeah, they fired.
I think because they had too much comedy. They had too much comedy in there. Because I know they did the Lego movie. I think didn't they do those? And then there's just it wasn't serious enough, so they basically retooled the entire movie. I think they had to reshoot everything, rewrote parts of it. Ron Howard was brought in at the last minute, and they only had a few months to do this. This was they only had like less than a year to do all this, and I mean the movie felt rushed and it was boring.
And I'd be willing to bet the same thing is going on with Rings of Power right now. I'd be willing to bet that's the case.
They're retooling.
I think they're retooling a whole bunch of stuff.
The other thing I heard is that every director is, every director is of the fairer sex.
Yes.
So is there are any of them any good? Have they done any other shows?
I don't know enough. I don't know enough about all of them, but what I will say is that they learned nothing from season 1. People didn't care about who the directors were or weren't. They didn't care about whether the show had a darker tone. That's been something that Fellowship of Fans has been pushing, because that's what Amazon's been telling them to put out there. Yeah. Is that Oh, the show's gonna be darker, guys. It's gonna be darker. What am I getting? Lord of the Rings directed by Zack Snyder? Come on, stop. Like, but
I think I've
yeah,
had my fill of the dark version of
Yeah.
things for a long
Yeah.
time.
And so has a ton of other people. But that's one of their big things that Fellowship of Fans keeps putting out is, oh, it's gonna be darker, guys. It's gonna be darker. Well, okay, that's great. What's the storytelling gonna be like? Oh, we're gonna be sticking more to the canon. Fast forward several months after that, news comes out about one of the plot leaks. This is an actual plot leak. This came from Fellowship of Fans. Is confirmed to be correct. There's going to be a scene where Galadriel is imprisoned by orcs and tortured by orcs, but eventually she escapes and she ends up finding refuge for the elves of Eregion after it gets sacked. One of them did an episode of Shogun, but also did a bunch of season 1. Directors in TV don't matter. A TV director is equivalent of movie cinematographer. Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty much, yeah.
But
yeah, not the same level of creativity that a film director does.
But yeah,
that's why Ryan Johnson did a couple great episodes of Breaking Bad. Yeah. He didn't have that creative freedom to destroy Breaking Bad like he did with Star Wars. So.
Right. Well, but the thing I was getting at is that they said, "Oh yeah, we're going to be sticking closer to the canon," and one of the plot leaks was something so far removed from canon it was silly.
So what's with this lying? Why can't they just be honest and say we're deviating and all that? I mean, yes, you're going to get backlash, but I mean,
they honestly would have had a lot of forgiveness if they would have just came out after season 1 and said, "Look, we wanted to try something new. And yes, we deviated a lot from the story, but we thought we had some creative ideas. Moving forward, we are going to retool all of this, and we are going to redo this story in a manner that is more canonical and stronger with the source material." They would have earned a ton of forgiveness from me if they would have just been honest about it. But instead, they did the usual crap. They said everybody was a racist, everybody was a sexist, everybody was an istophobe. And then they came out and said they came out and lied and said that, "Oh my goodness, this is one of the most viewed TV shows," and blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, only 37% of the domestic audience stuck around after the first episode.
Yep.
37%.
Yeah, that's true.
That's horrible. I mean, at best, at minimum, they were looking for 60, 65%. Anything below that is a recipe for a disaster. So all it's been has been BS on Amazon. And all they had to do was just be honest. Hey, listen, we screwed up because we tried something different. We want to apologize to the fan base, and we're going to try and stick more with the canon moving forward. I'd be cool with that. I'll be like, all right, water under the bridge. Let's go. Let's try it again. So apparently new episodes of Invincible dropped today with absolute silence from Prime.
Yeah. I saw some of the clips too.
Well, I think the tally, speaking of shows from Prime, I think the tally is up to, in the past year in some change, year and 3 months, the tally is now up to, I want to say 7 or 8 canceled Amazon original programs.
Okay, what was canceled? Was
Carnival Row.
Carnival Row.
You just had one canceled recently. I can't remember which one it was though. You had another one that was canceled in December of the year before last. You had the Marvelous Miss Maisel, I think was what it was called. That one got canceled. And it was either the director or lead writer came out and straight up said it was Rings of Power. That was the reason that show was canceled. I'd have to go through the list. I have it somewhere here in my home. Excuse me. Well, there's a ton of Amazon originals that got canned, and they've also had a ton of layoffs too at the studio. So,
dang.
Too bad they didn't lay off Jennifer Salke.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I noticed they're not talking about Halo either. No. I had to talk about it because I don't see anybody else talking about it.
Well, no one after that. After what I didn't even watch it. I just know about it from what everybody else was saying. And apparently, that was a terrible. Hey, Miss Martin Muses. I did a stream with her the other day.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
Miss Martin Muses.
She's
I watched. I didn't watch the first season, I watched the second. I've been watching the second season. Next week's the last one, and we'll finally be finished. But I don't even want to know what the first season was. I won't be going back to see it.
So, are you sure the Halo? Are you sure those games are part of Halo? Because the show is just so different. I mean, maybe the show's the correct thing. I do that to AC all the time. Angry Canadian, our mutual friend.
Yeah, that's
he's like Brian. He's like Brian. I'm gonna shoot you in the head. You know, playing Halo and all that, and he does.
In Minecraft,
I suck at Halo.
Actually, well, that's not true. You don't suck that bad because, look.
Yes, I do.
Brian can get through an entire level without even being there. That's how good he is.
Wow.
Because me and AC were playing Reach with him the other day, like a couple weeks.
Yeah,
back.
and I fell asleep.
Asleep. What me and AC did was force him to respawn at every checkpoint while dying over and over, trying to get him back up there. And he got an achievement from that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's talent. It's talent is what it is.
That's God-given ability right there, man.
It is.
The Fallout 3 director said today that he made Fallout for himself and not for game fans. Yeah.
Jonathan, we're talking about Jonathan Nolan here. I read that. I'm just like, seriously? He's like, I'm a big fan of Fallout 3. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, sure you are. I'm sure you're a big fan of Fallout 3.
You guys keep talking. I just gotta use the men's room real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, dude, I was so confused when he said that on his post. He's like, I'm a fan of Fallout, and so I'm going to set out and make the show that I want Fallout to be. But guess what else? You can't set out to make a show for the fans.
It's impossible.
You just said you're a fan.
Yeah. You know, I think I found this out because of your tweet. You're my source of news, Kyle. You're my source of news.
Well, I'm doing my best, but I'm just like, I actually really like Jonathan Nolan's work, and I just wish these people really need to just shut up. Every time they talk, they just push people away from their shows. It's like the trailer looked great.
How much did you see Westworld? Did you enjoy Westworld?
I did enjoy Westworld. I think kind of fell off for me in the last season or two, but
that got canceled, right? Didn't that get the season 4 was the final season or something? They canceled.
I believe so.
I don't think did it end on a cliffhanger that season, because I think they originally were going to do 5 seasons.
I believe so. I had family who were watching the last 2 seasons, so they knew more about it than I did. But I watched 2, and then some of 3, and then 4. I saw a few episodes, but I wasn't really into seeing the last of it.
So did they determine in this new Fallout show where it's going to take place? Is it going to be in the Republic of California or something? Is it going to be in Washington, D.C.? Is it going to be a new city? It's going to be.
Oh, good question. I mean, I don't know for sure, but they definitely seem to have the atmosphere right.
But why does Walton Goggins look like the Red Skull? Is there were there Red Skull type mutants in? I remember there were green mutants in Fallout 3, but I don't remember red mutants in Fallout.
Well, those are called. I think they're Fallout ghouls. They're called ghouls, or people who basically survive the blast and just kind of and the blast of a long time ago, and they've just lived through the centuries, and they've lived an unnaturally long life, and so they have knowledge of the pre-world events, but not a lot of them are friendly. Walton Goggins definitely seems like, just from the trailers, he definitely had a life before the bombings. He was like a talk show host or something interesting, and then the bombs happen, and then later he's like a sheriff of a small town, bodying people with a revolver. So I think that's his character is going to be pretty interesting.
Do you remember when that takes place? Because I remember, I think the reason why it keeps the look of the 50s is because that's when the nuclear fallout happens, is in the 50s, and then the people retreat to the vaults, and then I think a few hundred years pass. So I think they're in the 23rd, 24th century or something.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was like the year 2050 something, and then everything blew up, and then 200 years pass. So
it wasn't the 1950s; it was the 2050s.
Yeah, it was like the 2050. Yeah, because it was like an.
And it had a more retro future. So it did. So it maintained the look and feel of the 50s throughout the the decades.
A very atomic fueled future. They leaned heavily into atomic technology, nuclear technology, and they just kind of built their society around that. And then when the bombs dropped, it just kind of went off kaput.
So Salty, because I know I think
Okay.
Salty said he's played them. So World blew up in 2071. Okay, I'll have to. I have to really.
Thanks, Salty.
Thanks, Salty. I really have to catch up on my Fallout lore. I've only played 3 and New Vegas. I've not played 4. I have not played the original 1 and 2.
Okay.
But New Vegas, man, I played the Xbox version, 360 version, buggy as hell. Like
Hey, yeah,
you
but
have to
you know
save
what? I
regularly.
love New Vegas though.
I love it too. The lore is insane in that game, and
it is.
I like 3 because I like the open world aspect of 3. The VAT system is just I think VAT system really opened up my eyes to how brutal a shot to the face really really is.
Oh,
I
yeah,
always
no
aim for the
kidding,
head.
dude.
Yes.
Just seeing their like skull separate from their facial matter, it's just next level violence. But I always found VATS to be a lot of fun. But then I think later on I was like, you know what? I can't just keep doing VATS slow motion kills all the time because it's kind of a crutch for me.
Have any of you guys played Fallout 76? I'm not an online guy. Maybe you, Kyle.
So yes, I played Fallout 76 before and after the huge updates. I did like the battle royales they had. I did not pay for any of their ridiculous crap they had. You know what though? After the updates, I think the game became more fun. I did not delve deeply into it after the updates, but they changed a whole lot. You know, they added like quest NPCs, storylines, and still very glitchy, lots of problems. But that's
the general consensus I hear is that the game improved after a good deal of patchwork was done to it. Real quick, I just wanted to get somebody. So after I shared the stream out on the X machine, one of my followers, an awesome follower named Aspiring Misanthrope, decided to hit us up in the replies saying, quote, "It doesn't take a genius to see that no one at Amazon Studios thought Rings of Power would make them money. It was about sending a message. The best we can hope for is that the market value of Tolkien rights tanks and opens the door to true fans." I kind of agree with that. What I'd like to see personally is that all of Tolkien's works just become public domain.
Oh, really? Why do you think that?
Because get away from the kids.
Well, here's my thing. Okay, the thing about Tolkien's works is that, and something that Tolkien did beautifully is that you can have any kind of aesthetic that you want, visual aesthetic that you want. That was your imagination of what Middle Earth would look like. And you can create stories that happen in Middle Earth so long as they follow the lore as it is set in the rules of that universe, so to speak. So if you have somebody like myself or somebody like Nerdporeal, once I actually get you into the deep water with Tolkien, which it's going to happen, or Dreadroberts, or Mags, or
I'd love to do that,
or Lady B, or whoever. If anybody wanted to get creative with Tolkien, artistically in any way, whether it be like writing their own little stories or creating their own little short films, or creating and selling drawings and paintings of their ideal, or not ideal, but what their imagination tells them that Middle Earth looks like. I would love that. But the Tolkien estate has such a stranglehold on it. And the fact that, honestly, the fact that what they have allowed Amazon to do means that the Tolkien estate, in my opinion, in its current form, cannot be trusted to handle the source material with any level of respect. The fan base, as I look at it right now, the Tolkien fan base, not the Rings of Power fans that pretend to be Tolkien fans. I'm talking the Tolkien fans. The Tolkien fan base has more respect for the source material than the Tolkien estate in its current form.
That's sad. Wow.
Yeah.
And I would rather have it in the hands of the Tolkien fans like myself and others than have it in the I'd rather have it in it just kind of like I said, just public domain. Let the public have at it and work with it so long as the people that are working on whatever piece of whatever art medium they are using are respectful of the source material. That's all I've ever asked is respect the source material, respect how the world that Tolkien created, the secondary world, as he would put it, respect how that secondary world operates, and respect how the characters behave in it, and stay true to those characters. If you do that, I'll take a look at whatever adaptation you do. I'll take a look at whatever piece of art somebody might come out with, their short story, what have you. I'll look at all of it. I love the universe that Tolkien created, and I think you can expand upon it. You just have to stay respectful to what Tolkien wrote. That's it. The man created entire like life cycles and how different races perceive time, and there's so much depth to it and so many concrete, established, sensible rules to the universe. All that a creator has to do is just abide by those rules, and they can create whatever the hell they want to. Just keep your and here's one other big thing: keep your stupid BS political and social messaging out of it. There's a reason why Tolkien made a distinction between the primary world, that is our current world, real life, as a lot of people would put it, and the secondary world, the fictional world. It's meant to be a place to escape from the primary world, not to drag the primary world into the secondary world.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
And you see this so many times. I'm going to go on a small rant here, if you guys don't mind. Okay, it's going to be a small pissed off little rant. You see,
go ahead,
because I know the Rings of Power fans are going to the lot of them that hate me are going to listen to this. So I want them to hear this crystal clear. Your BS political activism does not belong in Tolkien's world. Period. Tolkien's world, it just, as far as I can see it, just like any other fictional universe, is meant to be a place that you escape to. You escape to that world and you abide by that world's rules. I'm not trying to inject my personal politics into Tolkien, any personal social feelings I have about the current state of society. I'm not trying to do that. I go to Tolkien to escape from all that crap because it's all around us every single day, especially with social media. It's the constant social media it's almost a blight on society because you're surrounded by all the BS 24/7. And guess what? Maybe once in a while I pop open a book and guess what? All right, boys, we're at the Kinslaying. Feanor's burning ships. All right, that's where I'm at right now. I'm not in this primary world where a whole bunch of nonsensical crap is going on that I just want to get away from for a while. And every single time I see some Rings of Power fan come in and be like, well, guys, did you guys know that Sam and Frodo were really, really bisexual lovers? It's like, no, they weren't. You're putting your crap into the secondary world where it doesn't belong. It's asinine. And this is the fundamental reason why I say these people are not Tolkien fans, because they don't have any basic understanding of the man himself, what his wishes were with fiction and with the world that he was creating. And it just pisses me off to no end, the fact that they virtue signal the high heaven and act like there's some moral bastion because they're trying to insert all this crap into a place where it doesn't belong. Okay, rant over. We can move on. I'll save that for a video. I'll save because I kept it very contained and I kept myself simmered down. I'll save the real pissed off. Hold on. You're making a good argument for my stance on 100% intolerance towards fan fiction. I don't mind quote unquote fan fiction, Gadfly, so long as the fan fiction stays true to the source material. So if I wrote a story about an elf wandering the woods. So, just I'm just pulling something out of my ass here. If I wrote just a small little story about just an elf roaming in the woods in Middle Earth, right? So long as I made sure that it stayed grounded in the source material and the rules of the source material and what different creatures that character might encounter, how the world behaves in terms of cycles of time, events going on, everything like that. So long as I stayed true to that, I don't mind fan fiction at all. Like, write whatever you want. But the second that you write, like, I saw one that was it upset me to no end, where somebody was trying to imply that Sam and Frodo, this is the reason why I brought it up, Sam and Frodo were secretly having a relationship, or no, they were in a polyamorous relationship. It was Sam, Frodo, and oh shit, Sam's wife,
Rosie.
Rosie. Thank you.
Lovely.
Brain fart there for a second. Yeah, and I was like, "What are you doing? No, like just keep that crap out. It doesn't need to be in there." And while we're on the damn,
Is there a name for that type of fans? Like you have Raylos for Star Wars. Like, is there a name for?
I call them
just
activists.
just
I call them
activists.
because they want to insert their BS social crap into worlds that doesn't. Well, in Star Wars, it's a little bit different because there's been so many different things, even in the extended universe, where it's like, okay, Star Wars, you can let it slide. Tolkien's world, the legendarium, however you want to pronounce it, has very, very, very set established rules, and the thing, this is one of the reasons why it bothers me so much. Just using that example right there, I don't care if somebody is gay or straight, lesbian, whatever. Do your thing, okay? If you're happy and the person you are with is happy and you have a wonderful relationship, good for you. I don't care, okay? Love is romantic love, especially, is a universal concept. You feel a certain way about another human being, and you have that romantic and intimate interaction with that person that you don't have with anybody else. This is something that is relatable regardless of whether you are gay or straight. There is no reason I guarantee you, I can show the story of Beren and Luthien to a gay couple and they will say that is a beautiful story. And the love that these two characters feel for each other, I can relate to it.
It makes it timeless. It makes it timeless.
It makes it timeless, but it's very relatable, and I understand these feelings because I feel these feelings for my partner as well. You don't need to put your sexuality and the sexualities that you're virtue signaling for because of your political affiliation into Tolkien, where they never existed and never will exist. You don't need to do that because there's already love, romantic love in the books that can be related to by anybody. By anybody. It's the same argument about like Eros versus Agape. What? Salty traveling sea. But it's just like
Eros is the sexual love, and Agape is more. I'm trying to remember what
they've trailed off into a whole new type of combo.
Yeah, but to get I'm stuttering because I'm like hyped up now. You got me going, Nerdporeal.
What did I do?
But my main point
like
point
Lily's
is,
just sitting there.
and I know, right? But my main point is, I'll just close that with this: is that anybody can relate to and see themselves in Tolkien's work without you having to arbitrarily change Tolkien's work to suit your own social, political sensibilities. Altruistic love.
Okay, makes sense.
That's the thing, is you don't need to change it because there's already stuff that's relatable for anybody there, regardless. So that I'll shut up about it now. I got it. I got a little bit out of my system. So
that's what we're here for.
Speaking of getting stuff out of our system, hey, Dread, my friend Dread. Why don't we talk about that Sweet Baby Inc.
You know what?
Hey, who's hosting the stream, Feanor? you and Pips like you guys.
Hey, hold on, Nerdport. I saw you pull it up earlier, which means you wanted to get to it, and I interrupted because I'm a jackass like that sometimes.
Yeah, well, you know what? I was gonna do it anyways. I was gonna do it.
I apologize. I apologize. I
No,
stole your
I'm kidding.
thunder. Go ahead.
I'm
No, 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 no,
I'm
no, no, no.
kidding.
Go
I was
ahead.
kidding. I was kidding.
No.
I'm kidding. So we got Sweet Baby Inc. So this Kyle, this is your wheelhouse. What's going on with Sweet Baby Inc.?
Well, you know it's Sweet Baby Inc. This is their main website, and if you look at it, you can see that it's not a very creative website, and that basically reflects the rest of the company. And all the games that these guys have been involved in have been subject to some kind of controversy. Not all of them have been financial failures. I mean, you have like games like God of War, Ragnarok that did something crazy with Angerboda, messing with Norse mythology. But not all of them have been failures. Now, this is a consulting agency, and there are many like Sweet Baby Inc. as I and many other people. I'm a little bit late to the game actually, but there are a lot of people who've been doing digging, and we've been finding all these other websites that are just like Sweet Baby Inc. doing all of the same things. And what they're doing is changing video games for the worse with adding POC characters for the sake of just having a certain amount of diverse characters in the game. There's racial bias involved. The CEO. Let's see. Let's talk about Sweet Baby Inc. specifically, for example. Sweet Baby Inc. is more or less responsible for the writing and insertion of unnecessary characters in Spider-Man 2, the horrid plot in Suicide Squad, the game, which if you go on Steam right now, you can probably see maybe 200-300 people are playing it right now, maybe even less. It was like 200 yesterday. But this game was a financial flop, and what it did was it took all these DC characters, Suicide Squad, and it took all the Justice League that you know and love, and it completely butchered all of them, and then made Wonder Woman like this martyr that was treated like gold by Lex Luthor, who's like the villain, Superman's villain. Like, do you ever see Lex Luthor talking all nice about Wonder Woman and the Amazonians like they're a beacon of hope? He says. I mean, that's totally not a Lex Luthor thing to say. But the point is that all the writing in this game is to serve a political purpose in undermining all of the male characters, propping up the female characters, the lesser known side ones, destroying the ones that we love. And it's pathetic. I mean, you had Batman dying from a shot to the head, like his parents. Okay, it's pathetic. Kevin Conroy was second to last performance as Batman, by the way. Anyway, enough with my tangent.
Here's your Suicide Squad game right here.
Yep. So you got Spider-Man 2, Suicide Squad. Spider-Man 2, like Spider-Man was on the back burner a ton. I played the game. I bought the game, so nobody can say that I haven't played it. I've bought it and played it. My kids tried to play it. My kids couldn't even enjoy it.
Really?
It's sad. Alan Wake 2, I believe. I think that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved in Alan Wake 2. So what happened? Here's the CEO's mindset. Okay, this is the co-founder of Sweet Baby Inc. What she believes is that if you're a developer who is a white male or a gamer that is a white male, you are a threat. If you're a white male and you're the head developer of a video game, she strongly encourages that studio to get them involved in their company, and she welcomes the idea of using scare tactics, not terror tactics. I don't want to say that, but scare tactics are basically, as she puts in her own words, to terrify her clientele to do what they want if they're being a little bit pushbacky, and it's awful. And what are the
Reaper, like what would they do if they, let's say someone didn't comply? What would happen?
Oh, so what would happen was as she says herself, and I have actually made a couple of videos about this already. The second one's out today, but she says herself that they basically take those marketers to lunch, the marketers for the studio, whatever. And they say, hey, listen, we know that you're not feeling 100% comfortable with this, but think of the repercussions that could happen if you don't do this. Like, if you don't work with us, or if you don't put these ideas that we have into fruition, then you could be canceled. You know, what if people don't buy your game because they don't feel like they're being properly represented enough? And she has talked about in interviews that she welcomes those ideas and encourages her employees to do so. I mean, she's the co-founder and CEO. And these, and these are some of the clients that they have. Actually, I think these are their clients. So you have Xbox Game Studios, Electronic Arts, Valve. And I've mentioned this in the video as well. There was a cancel campaign from one of the Sweet Baby Inc. employees, Chris Kindred, as they call themselves. I still haven't even confirmed if it's a man or a woman yet. But
that's
Chris
the one.
Kindred,
That's the one that made that remark about Toriyama.
Yeah, so this thing is actually huge. Okay, so let's talk about Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, and then I'll connect those two dots. So Sweet Baby Inc. Detected is a Steam group with almost 300,000 followers on it right now. And all that thing is a Steam curator page. It's a list of video games that Sweet Baby Inc. is involved in. He gives his opinions on some of those on those posts, but it's basically just a list of games that Sweet Baby Inc. are involved in. So Sweet Baby Inc. employee, narrative designer Chris Kindred, whoever she is, got really upset and freaked out and called for a cancel campaign against that person. Because of that, a whole bunch of people started following that person, Cabrutus. I can't remember his full name. But Cabrutus on Twitter, you can find him easily. He's very popular now because he's gained an immense following on Twitter, and he's gained an immense following on Steam. I mean, this guy's blowing up. He's not even from the United States, if I checked correctly. So this is just a dude from another country getting harassed and canceled, threatened by a whole bunch of these people that were encouraged by this Sweet Baby Inc. employee to harass and get him canceled. And so here's why I wanted to mention that, because this part right here, Valve being involved with Sweet Baby Inc. is so funny because of the fact that Steam said no to Sweet Baby Inc. on this matter, and now Cabrutus is allowed to continue to operate. And so Valve right here, who is, I don't even know how they're involved, but they're involved. But I mean, now there's some conflict there. So you've got, I don't know who True Love is, Santa Monica Studios. There you go.
God of War
Ragnarok. Boom.
Oh, damn.
Okay,
yeah.
Anger Boda. Okay, 2K, you got Borderlands.
man.
Look, I played all the Borderlands, okay? And Tiny Tina's Adventure, whatever that is. I'm not a fan, man.
Doesn't BioShock also fall under the 2K umbrella? Because I think it was I forget the name of the game, the studio that Ted Levine, or not Ted Levine.
I believe so.
Not Ted Levine, something Levine. I forget his name. Ted Levine's the guy that plays Buffalo Bill and
yeah, you might be right.
Silence of the Lambs.
So, yeah,
I think it's Ken Levine. I think it's Ken Levine.
Yeah, Ken Levine is that's the Irrational Games guy for BioShock games.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right about that. You could be right about that. Ubisoft,
Squeenix, or Ubisoft, yeah.
Dude, Assassin's Creed, and their next game is Codename Red, which is starring a black samurai who, from what I understand, actually historically was like in one battle and they lost, and he was like a support guy. I forget, but they're apparently taking that dude from history and they're making him the main protagonist set in feudal Japan. So they're involved in Ubisoft. You got Square Enix. Okay.
Oh, this one.
So this one's really fun. So you've got another. Remember how I mentioned how there are other companies like Sweet Baby Inc. One of them is called Black Girl Gamers. Apparently, they were heavily involved in the consultation for the main character in Forspoken. Okay, Forspoken
really?
is a Square Enix production, right?
Yeah.
They had a studio under them that made the game that they publish, if I'm right about that. And because that game flopped, and it flopped horrible. It was one of the worst animated games ever. She was one of the main characters that helped spark the debate about masculinity in women in video games, and ESG changing the women to look like men and stuff. Ugly women versus beautiful women, which is why we have the Stellar Blade debate going on right now, right?
Yeah.
So let me regather my thoughts here. So that Forspoken flopped, and then after it flopped, the studio shut down. Black Girl Gamers is a website that I pointed out in my video, and they are heavily involved in Forspoken. I think they talked about how proud they were of it, and they've also been going on the attack against people who are siding with Cabrutus. Sweet Baby Inc. is on X doing that exact thing. They've sided with Sweet Baby Inc., of course, as the shill media has as well, and they're saying that gamers don't understand. I actually have a tweet about it, but they said that gamers don't understand games like they do. And they thought they did, but they don't, and that they're here to stay and whatever. Now, I went on to the blackgirlgamers.com website, and these people, their main motto is keeping Black women gamers safe, and which is something that has always confused me. Reading it, like, what are you protecting them from? But these are the types of companies that are doing this exact same thing as Sweet Baby. And apparently this has been going on for years. I mean, this is a big problem. It's like, it's going to be difficult to weed this out, at least from the way that I see it. Everyone's just like, well, just don't buy their games. I know, Feanor, you and I were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
That one possible solution people see is go the Cabrutus route. Look at what kind of games Sweet Baby Inc. is involved in, and then don't buy them. Now, I don't know how that could solve the problem long term, but it is one of the solutions. Yeah, that's their website. So if you scroll down, it shows a few of the things that we shift culture. And the first thing that you see, Black Girl Gamers is a multi-platform and inclusive community-powered organization that keeps over 10,000 Black women gamers safe online.
What are they keeping them safe from? Yeah, what are they keeping them safe from exactly?
Yeah,
mean words, I'm guessing.
Empowering Black women in gaming. We are an award-winning community. I had no idea how popular they were. Apparently, they have a pretty nice following of 60,000 on Twitter.
Literally, y'all, I'm looking at that picture right there, and I'm getting like flashbacks to like, what was the feminist frequency podcast deal that Anita Sarkeesian had for the longest time? It's like the Black version of that. That's what that reminds me of right there. But empowering Black women and
well, check out it's like I didn't even realize they were
scroll up a little bit.
Sorry,
right there. No, you're good. Right there.
EA, Netflix, Twitch, Warner Bros.
I think you can scroll kind of like by moving the mouse. There you go. So yeah, EA Sports, Netflix, Twitch, Warner Bros. Look, so yeah. Twitch. I mean, wow. I mean,
I'm not
lost.
I'm not. Twitch is such a basement.
I'm shocked. Google. I'm shocked.
PlayStation.
Okay. Yeah, PlayStation.
PlayStation.
Hey, look,
very next.
So
there it is.
So I got a question. Have either of you played? I haven't. I caved and I bought Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Have any of you guys played the game? Has there been any things in the game that may have affected it because of this type of stuff?
Yes, and I know what question you're going to ask, Brian. After I say yes, I've played it. But yes, I've been playing it. I love 7 Rebirth. It's from what I'm seeing, I'm only about 20 hours in, and a bunch of other people are like 70 hours in, and apparently there's a bunch
they're still playing it. I haven't even started. Like I'm curious how far the game. I'm curious how far the game goes in the story and the.
Well, they say for the main story it's 40 to 50 hours, but if you do all the side content, it could range from 140 to 150.
I wonder if it goes beyond what's her name's incident, Aerith. Wonder if it goes beyond that. I guess we'll have to find out.
Honestly, it seems like they're adding some stuff in, adding an interesting twist to the story. They kind of did that the last game, so I think they're kind of leaning into that. So it might be bigger than I think, but I'm seeing a lot of the familiar beats from the first game, so I don't from the original. So we'll see how that changes, but yeah. Anyway, oh my gosh, Adidas too. I didn't even see that the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're involved in quite a bit though. I mean,
and I think that the reason that they're lashing out so hard now is because they've been so familiarized with being obscure. I mean, this is clearly behind the scenes stuff. I mean, this isn't the kind of stuff that you're plastering all over the place.
Hold on. I want to read. Hold on. Black Girl Gamers does. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Differently, we are forefront of bespoke.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to.
I was just trying to
the
read
mouse
one of
on.
these things.
Yeah, it moves by itself.
Yeah, I know. That's why I figured. We house the largest gaming safe space for Black women in the world. It is a multi-platform gaming community. 10,000 plus Black women. That is age and in alphabet mafia friendly. Okay, so.
Bro, read the talent. Read talent.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. I got this. Watch this. I'm gonna read talent right now. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. As a part of our mission.
Oh shit. Ordered for it.
Brian, Brian, it's veering off again.
Brian, it's veering off again. Please, my friend.
We gotta scroll back over to talent.
We're on talent right now. Okay. Keep it there.
Okay, listen. As a part of our mission, we are dedicated to giving Black women more equity in the gaming industry. What the hell is this? BGG Talent is our talent brokering proposition, where we are the trusted partners of our clients to source and broker the amazing talent we have within our global community.
That's so great.
Feanor, did I ever tell you I hate you?
No, but seriously, this is virtue signaling the website. That's what it is. It's the giant ass virtue signal. You guys remember?
It just feels like they're just content creators, just like you said, using that to kind of boost themselves.
Well, the interest. I remember a time. I don't know about you guys. I'm sure you guys might remember this time when kind of video games were for everybody. If you just bought the game and you played it,
most people that usually bought them were people like me. Like me.
Yeah, like I just remember. I remember going out and buying like Medal of Honor Rising Sun for PS2 and being like, it never crossed my mind. I really wonder is the person I'm playing as in this game who's killing a whole bunch of Japanese. I wonder if they're non-binary. If they're not non-binary, I'm not going to buy this game. Nobody ever thought about this shit. I hate this crap so much. It's okay.
Yeah, I completely understand, man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say what I said to you before we started the stream. In my opinion, the only way to beat this is with your wallet. Stop paying for pre-orders. Stop paying for DLC. The gamers, as a general rule, need to get together and say, "Look, enough's enough. You're not going to get our money until you guys actually go back to actually giving us complete games." Okay, number one, if you guys are going to make a game, make sure it's complete. And number two, get rid of all this social engineering, preachy crap. I hate using the term woke. I'm not. I because it gets thrown around so much. I feel like if you use a term too much, it's like when people say people are istophobe. Well, guess what? You've taken all those words and rendered them meaningless because you've just used. It's the boy who cried wolf. Okay.
Oh yes.
That's exactly what it is. I feel like that's starting to happen with woke. It's kind of like using the term psyop and using all this stuff. It's just you've used it so much that it's taken the entire word. It's taken the word and rendered it meaningless because now everything is woke. And it's like, guys, time out a minute. But it's
and the definition keeps changing too. So So I'm just like, what does it mean? Is it this? Is it that? I don't care. No. I always say it in passing. I always use a code word or a word that rhymes with it just as a joke or something. But yeah, I'm totally with you on that, Feanor. Yeah. So, but yeah, finish your thought.
No, you're good. And it's kind of the same thing like I was saying with Tolkien earlier, is that keep the superficial, useless activism out of video games. Just worry about creating a game that works, that makes sense, regardless of whether it's a sport.
Dread, you might like this. So
Mhm.
I'm a big sports fan. I like playing sports video games. EA has had Madden coming out for the past, I don't know, almost 30 years now, if not longer. But once they got like sole NFL licensing, the game went to crap. And the only reason why they haven't changed anything about the game is because people are still paying for it. Every year they come out with a new Madden.
Yep.
Every year it's terrible, but it sells millions and millions and millions of copies because people are just like, "Hey guys, the new Madden came out. Let's go buy the new Madden and we'll play in the franchise mode, and it's not going to have any features, but who cares? We're playing that."
Yeah.
It's
I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that voice that you did.
that. I'm serious though, man. Like
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about people keep watching The Simpsons. I'm like, come on, stop. Why you gotta watch? Oh, we can do a new episode of The Simpsons. Oh,
Gamers. I understand some gamers are like-minded with me on this, but it's not. I think it really needs to become a mainstream thing. And I feel this way just about as a consumer in general. Don't put money towards anything unless it's of a certain quality. Just don't. Because how else is the corporation going to learn unless you tell them with your wallet, "Hey, I don't want this. Stop doing this." And also, write up comprehensive reviews. Don't just say don't write a stupid troll review. Okay, this kind of crap annoys me. Where some idiot who's just looking to like farm engagement or whatever would be like, "Well, there was too many there's too many lesbians in this video game, and that's why it's bad." That's not the reason why a game is bad. Talk about like the gameplay aspect of why the game is bad. Talk about the narrative. If it's a story game like a God of War or something like that, talk about how they got the story wrong, what the problem was with the story. If it's really preachy and tries to preach to you about a certain social narrative, talk about that. Like actually get in depth with your criticism and don't pay money for this crap. And the studios will be like, "Oh, shoot, we got to change our strategy here because we're losing people and they're telling us why." And if you are constructive in your criticism, then they can't use the excuse and they can't like cherry pick different like troll reviews either. Because that's what always happens. You get like 5 people who said something edgy, and then that's the people that they point to and see like, "Look at all of these terrible racists that don't like our game. Don't you see that this is the big bad Klansman over here whose name is Sucker Punch 2077 on Twitter who said
do you think they're like planted just so that they can
I sometimes do, yeah. I absolutely do sometimes, yeah. Especially like with things that are like overwhelming flops. Like I feel like I don't play video games, but how does one make a video game woke?
Kyle, can you answer that one?
Yeah, I'll let Kyle answer. I'll let Kyle go.
How does one make a video game woke? I think one makes one. I don't know. It just depends on what your definition is of woke, because I actually kind of agree with the idea that woke has kind of lost its meaning. Even I've been guilty of that in the past, and the meaning of woke has been constantly changing. But if I mean, I guess by my definition of a game is woke, it would undermine the male character, prop up and overpower the female character, add a bunch of bi POC characters with quest lines that don't make any sense. I think maybe Spider-Man 2 is like the perfect example of this. The one from Sweet Baby Inc. I mean, Spider-Man as a character, like all this stuff that is in the game that is not in the first game. These are two completely different video games.
Is Peter Parker Spider-Man in that one, or is it the other guy, Miles Morales?
Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and of course, and Miles Morales is Miles Morales, and I will always stand by that. Okay, but Spider-Man as a character in this game is put so much on the back burner emotionally, and well, presence as well, since Miles Morales takes up half of the time you play. Spider-Man is just in your face, belittled, undermined, and one-upped by virtually everybody.
He's definitely the woman in the relationship with he and Mary Jane, who now looks very masculine and ugly compared to the first game, and for no reason. And the story is very poorly written. And it has a bunch of side quests added in for taking playing as a blind, deaf black girl who is silently spray painting something. And there are quite a few missions like that. The game is also way too short, and I think that a lot of money was being put into these ideas that nobody wanted, trying to make them work. And it's very strange because the gameplay itself is actually pretty fun. But the story of the game is almost non-existent. It's horrid in comparison to the first game, and I think that because of Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in this and the services they provide, and fully realizing the I don't know what the CEO calls it, but just the added in characters, the DEI characters and storylines that they offer up for these companies or for these studios. I think that it's completely ruined that game. And it's even more present in the Suicide Squad game that they're involved in, which is a complete flop. The difference between those two games, though, is that the gameplay in Suicide Squad is not there. But that does the exact same thing as the second Spider-Man game, in that it completely destroys the foundations of the original Justice League. Tries to make it out to be that these heroes are easily corruptible, and that the Suicide Squad are the real heroes. And they have the very down to the very dialogue, the writing of the plot, it screams a disrespect towards the main characters and where they come from and the world that they're in. It's really a sad game. It really is. And I think that those two games are a great example of a video game that turns woke. But I think that you should not take my word for it 100%. You should just try. If you want to believe me, I think you'll believe me if you play the first Spider-Man game all the way through, and then play the second Spider-Man game all the way through. I did it, and my gosh, my 11-year-old son did it. Bless his heart. He survived. But I think that you should play the games for yourself. If you doubt that, you want to see it, you got to see it. It's like a night and day difference. You can see it coming a mile away. In fact, the very first 20 minutes. I'm sorry for the rant, Brian.
Don't worry about it.
But in fact, the very first 20 minutes of the game, like if you go on YouTube and just look up first Spider-Man 2 first 20 minutes or whatever, and you'll see exactly what they plan to do with Peter Parker. Okay, I'll give you just quick bullet points. But Peter Parker basically gets all those bad hits from the villains. Like, he gets hit so hard, knocked into the ground. He's like barely crawling. He's like, someone help me. And then Miles Morales just does this triple backflip, Carol Channing twist, the superhero landing as he slams into the earth and sends rubble flying everywhere. And he all looks up heroically, and then Peter's like, "Yay, we're saved!" And it's 20 minutes of that with this fight with Sandman, and it's the most obvious deconstruction of Peter Parker as a character I've ever seen in order to make Miles Morales the hero. And they did they even had a Miles Morales video game, and I won't get into that, but a lot of what's present in that game, that there's even more in that game, I'd say, than this one. But it's bad. And since when you see like flags like the Ukraine flags and the LGBT flags just flying literally everywhere, it just paints a very clear picture for gamers that there's something going on in this game that just was not there before. And that's why
they featured those in the game. You're kidding?
Yeah, you can find them. You can just I was landed on several flagpoles with a Ukraine flag, LGBT flag. Gosh, maybe they'll do a future update where they add like a Palestinian flag or something.
Oh, geez.
You never know.
Like.
I mean, you could easily do it. You could change it. You could re-render the color of a flag like nobody's business. I mean, even the most basic of modders can do it. So,
Yeah, way to not be neutral in that regard. I mean, seriously, it's like they want to pick and choose their customers. This is something I just can't. I mean, you guys know what the famous quote Michael Jordan said. When somebody asks him about the politics or something, he says Republicans buy shoes too.
Yeah. And,
sure.
What did Admiral Teague say? He said they're making Lara Croft ugly, dude. Melanie Mack is all over that because she's diehard Lara Croft fan, and they're doing the exact same thing.
Well, it's this idea. Good night, Mark. It's So I'm just going to give you a personal example, right? So my missus, she and her friends game constantly. Whole bunch of girls, big old gaming group they're part of. And I've talked to them about this. They, as women, would much rather play as someone attractive, especially in a game like a Skyrim where you can kind of create your own character, because it's a way for them. And I think all these girls are pretty, but I mean, it's the way they explained it was, it's a way for somebody who might be self-conscious about how they look, or you just might have some sort of confidence issues, or however you want to call it. It's a way for them to vicariously live through kind of an idealized version of themselves.
Yeah.
Like, this is and from a few other women that I've talked to, it's a great way to have a goal set for yourself. Kind of like you see all the memes all the time where I have like the meme of Conan, and Conan's all jacked, and then it'll have the guy being like, "Oh man, I need to do all my reps so I can get looking great like Conan," or it'll be Goku or somebody, right? The same thing goes for women too. Women look at characters in video games or characters in stories or anything like that as goals, as things to aspire to. And there's a lot of women, actual female gamers, who do not like this trend of uglifying, for lack of a better word, female characters in games. It's I don't know.
I'm grateful they haven't. I'm grateful they haven't done that to Nintendo yet, because you know who would be next on that chopping block? Samus.
Yeah,
Samus is my favorite.
I think they're already
Samus is my favorite female character.
I don't think Nintendo would allow it though. I don't
Nintendo
would allow that to happen.
Nintendo of Japan probably wouldn't allow it. Nintendo of America, I know would. If Nintendo of America ran things, I know they'd allow that. But thank God they don't. All they do is licensing.
Well, Feanor, I think you make a great point, because I think a kernel truth that people keep glossing over these days is that it's completely natural for men to be attracted to attractive women, just as it is natural for women to be attracted to attractive men. Like, that's just nature. And what these people are trying to do is sell this idea that fighting against nature is best. And like, that just doesn't compute. And like you said with women, I mean, women want to look nice. A lot of women just want to look nice. They want to. Some of them, aspire to be as attractive as the woman that they see on TV or in a video game.
Right.
Why do they all want to look like weirdos? I doubt they do.
Well, here's something else, right? That's something I brought up before. So, in the alphabet acronym, the first letter is L. What does the L stand for? It stands for lesbians. How many lesbian gamers are out there who wouldn't mind looking at an attractive woman because they're attracted to women? Who I can promise you, because there is a really cool person who is on my Twitter. She goes by the handle Sins Realms. She is fucking awesome. She calls herself the Heathen Queen of the Lesbians.
but she's a really down to earth chick. But I can guarantee you, will tell you she would much prefer to see a piece of eye candy on screen as opposed to whatever nonsense they're putting out now. It's, and all these people want to talk about, oh, we're trying to, guys, listen, we're just trying to be inclusive here. Okay, fine. Why aren't you being inclusive to lesbians? Why aren't you trying to, you guys are saying that you don't want to attract the male gaze, but there were plenty of women who are bisexual or lesbian who were enjoying these games as well. And they were enjoying these characters as well. Aren't you being less inclusive by making the characters less attractive?
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, real talk here. It's it's all, I don't understand why they do it, but whatever the reason is, it's bullshit.
Well, here's another thing to add to you, Feanor. Why is it that you can't prop up both? Why is it that you have to prop up one and tear the other down?
Yep.
It is completely possible, to have an entirely diverse cast in a video game, for example, and have them all be cheerful and teamwork and work together and be awesome.
Yeah, that requires empathy. That requires love. That requires talent.
Yeah, mainly that last one. And I don't know. I just get so frustrated, just thinking about all this stuff, because like I was saying earlier, until their bottom line, hail, hey, PD, until something like catastrophic financial losses occur, nothing's going to change. They're still going to come out with ugly Lara Croft. They're still going to make who was it you guys brought up earlier? Spider-Man.
Yes. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on the, just like, as long as people keep buying, and we'd all love to hear that nerd voice of yours again.
Oh geez. I don't even know if I could do that again right now. That just came to me straight up. That just came
naturally. Yeah.
I just got like possessed. But
you got possessed by the nerd.
Guys.
Yeah.
Hey guys, listen. We really need to have this inclusive game here, and our first we need to make Mary Jane ugly. Why are you doing?
Pisses me off. Excuse my French. I really don't curse that much. It's just when I get on these hot topics where I just get like heated. It's just,
What about Biden? We're gonna go to war.
Okay.
It's not all the executive orders.
I don't ever get that.
All right. Let's not make this political.
Dreadroberts, we got a problem. Michelle doesn't like what you're saying.
Oh my God,
that's amazing. That's perfect.
Her and her man of shoulders.
Well, okay, Brian, we can get a little less political. How about Shaggy? Like so, Scoob. What did you do with all the Scooby snacks?
There you go.
All right, listen, I got something to tell you, Nerdporeal.
Oh no!
I absolutely did have sexual relations with that woman.
My God, that was my seventh grade. That was my 6th or 7th grade year. That's all they talked about on the news.
Oh, dude, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. Yeah, that was.
We used to make fun. We used to make fun of that in school all the time. Someone would go to the front podium and say, "I did not have sexual relations."
Good old Slick Willie, man, Bill Clinton.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say anymore. I'm not gonna say any more about that. But there might be a reason that happened because of a certain first lady that I won't get into.
Yeah. No, so we don't need to hear about Nerdporeal disappearing.
Brian's like, don't get political.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm failing. I'm failing as a leader right now.
Okay, listen. We're not. Nobody's failing. It's a beautiful stream. I'm telling you, it's great.
Sorry.
That's good shit.
It's a beautiful stream. It's the greatest. It's, just talking about all kinds of wonderful things here. We're talking about Gamergate 2. Gamergate 2. Gamergate's so terrible, guys. It's just the worst. It's I remember that one broad. What was her name? Anita Sarkeesian. Whatever happened to her anyway? Whatever happened to that girl, that woman? Oh yeah,
she married herself. Did you see that? Did you see
dude.
that she married?
So...
She had a birthday party and it was a wedding themed. It was a wedding themed thing. So she basically wore a wedding dress and
it was
and her followers or sycophants, I guess, attended her wedding.
No, that was real, dude.
Oh my god.
She if ever no joke, this is gonna sound screwed up, right, for me to say, but honest to God, I have never seen a human being announce to the world in such a blatant manner, I'm going to die alone. As that's honestly, I'm not trying to be a jackass. I'm being honest. That's what it screamed to me, is like this is a person who's 41 years old who has demonized so many men to the point where no man wants to marry her and she has to LARP as a bride in her 40s.
Yeah.
That's sad. Honest, that's just sad. There's no other way for it. I put out a tweet about it. I was like, listen, like I do not like Anita Sarkeesian at all. She did an unbelievable amount of damage to gaming and to gamers as a whole. But I still pity her. I feel pity for that. Like there's something very pitiable about a person in that state who would do something like that.
It's a bummer.
It is, it's like I'd put money on it right now. If we gave Anita Sarkeesian a time machine and said, hey, listen, you can use this and change all the crap that you did in terms of who you demonized, this, that, and the other, you didn't do the grift, everything, she'd take it in a heartbeat. I guarantee you she would, because Feminist Frequency sunk. That's a dead channel. She's not really being brought in to be a consultant of anything anymore, like she was back in like 2015, 2016. And now she's doing birthday parties where she LARPs as a bride. I mean, come on. That's
it's sad.
It is sad.
But that's life.
But it should honestly, it should serve as a lesson to people. Like, first of all, don't grift. Okay, just don't do that. But if you be genuine, and whatever some loony people are telling you about how evil men are, or the patriarchy, this or whatever the hell, ignore those people. Those people are idiots. Those people have no idea what they're talking about. Do male chauvinists, do sexists exist? Absolutely. The vast majority of men are not sexist.
No.
I'd say it's less than 1% of men across the country. I can't speak for the globe because there's a lot of actual like proper sexist culture. I mean, if you read some of the news that's coming out of India lately, good God, that's just horrible stuff, man.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, that's next level, bro.
And it's like, whoa, dude. Like, if you are a woman, just if you're a woman, doesn't matter where you're from. If you are a woman, stay the hell away from India. Okay, just word of warning. But in the United States, the rampant sexism that they claim exists, it doesn't at all. It's all BS. But there was something on the gaming note to drag us back kicking and screaming to gaming. That's my bad. Something else I want to see change in gaming is when they re-release classic games like Metal Gear Solid or things like the old school stuff, to not put a stupid trigger warning disclaimer at the beginning of the game before you actually get into it. That shit pisses me off.
What did they say this time? What are they warning about?
with the Metal Gear Solid one, I'm paraphrasing this, but they essentially said this game was made during a different time. However, just because we want to honor the authenticity of the game, we are going to release it we are going to show you it in its original context. And then something. They didn't use the phrase trigger warning. They said something else, but it was akin to the same thing. Like, oh, the rampant sexism most certainly is a thing. It's just only in Hollywood, hence why they project it on the rest of us. Yeah, or it's actually in the industry. I mean, you're gonna get me PD. You're gonna get me on another rant, but I'll just say one word: Blizzard. Okay, Blizzard. That's all you need to know. Okay, is Blizzard. Okay, you want rampant sexism in gaming? Blizzard, where there's, I'm not even gonna go into all the crap they did, but yeah, they essentially put a trigger warning before the game saying, well, this was made in a different time, guys. No, screw that. Just release the game. Okay. I don't give a stop coddling people. Seriously, stop it. Okay.
Didn't they do that for Tomb Raider as well? The remake
so,
the remaster?
Yeah, they did it for the remaster of that. They did it for all the Metal Gear Solid re-releases for PS5. They've done it with numerous things where it's just like this game might say a bad word and it might hurt you, and we can't let that happen. And so we have to warn you because you might be a sensitive little bitch, and you might, like. Okay, I'm gonna get on a rant again. This is the Feanor rant stream. That's what this is gonna turn into. No, I'm not gonna let that happen. But yeah, that's something I want to see change. So like if I hear about a classic getting released and I hear that it has that, I'm not gonna buy it. Simple as that. I'm not going to.
Dude,
all right.
Sweet Baby Ink detected, probably the greatest invention that we have for this fight. Honestly, I mean, like it's really opened people's eyes. Okay, even Matt Walsh's eyes, who I consider to be a very Paul Bunyan type, who attack. He's had his fair share of criticizing video games and gamers. And
is he one of those idiots that says gaming's for kids or something? Baloney?
Oh yeah, he's the Daily Wire guy, and he thinks that. He thinks that that he believes in the whole people have become violent because of video games.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's already been disproven by multiple psychiatric studies.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, dude, I played so many years of GTA, but like, I'm not going out here and hurting anybody that you all know of. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not hurting anybody, dude. I'm just like, it's just a game. We're adults. Right. Even as kids, we're just like, I would never do this. That's why I do it here. So I would never do it in real life.
Yeah. Play Halo, you shoot someone in the face and then you teabag them. I mean, you know how many times I've gotten humiliated from that? You know how many
Guys,
times?
I can promise you, I can guarantee you, I have never once fought a Metal Gear.
Never?
Wait, never. If you can believe it.
You've never.
That's crazy, dude.
That's wild.
I mean, you clearly played Metal Gear Solid, so you obviously have the tendency to go out and stealth choke and, sleep dart. Oh wait, I'm a pacifist. No, not a real. I'm a pacifist Metal Gear Solid player usually.
Can you
believe in the good endings?
Can you guys believe that I have never once hid myself in a cardboard box before?
I have.
Have you played Metal Gear Solid? Oh my goodness, we got patient zero here. Okay.
I would believe either way. I would believe if you didn't or did, because that's actually a pretty basic thing to do.
Yeah.
What's funny was this was I was a kid though. I was a kid playing. I was playing hide and seek. I hid in the box once. This is way before Metal Gear Solid ever came out. So, and then I see them like, oh, that triggered some memories. Maybe I am Solid Snake. Maybe that's me. Maybe I see me. Maybe I see me in Solid Snake. I mean, we got
yeah.
I mean, I didn't have the beard then. Well, I had a goatee at the time, but
do you have a twin brother? who
I
has
I'm
a
now
British
I
accent.
do not have a twin brother with a British accent. I don't even have any hair, so there you go. I don't have that beautiful hair that Solid Snake has. So what's funny is my buddy can pull off a Solid Snake. So
Okay,
yeah.
then.
Yeah. But my buddy was the one that got me into Metal Gear Solid. I didn't play those until I was like well into college. So I didn't play those when they came out. I didn't have a PlayStation.
Every time I try and do a Solid Snake impersonation, I end up always sounding like Alex Jones.
Okay.
To the point where it's just
way to bring up another way to make it political.
I wasn't even trying to make it political. That's just a statement of fact. Honestly, it's like, all right, listen, Chillporeal, we're gonna.
Oh.
See, I'm telling you.
But I did watch like Asmongold's reaction to his game. Oh my god, that was one of the funniest things. I must have watched everybody's reaction to his game because that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. You know what I'm talking about?
Now I gotta go watch that.
I'd show it. I'd show it, but I'm worried that I'm going to be completely nuked from orbit and everything.
Yeah, probably be wise not to.
I'm gonna have to watch that because that sounds funny.
Oh my gosh! It like they have all the big villains, all the famous, all the big villains are like they put their heads on like monster bites. So there's like octopus. Let's say his name is GS. He's a billionaire. GS George something, you know, and then you have witch. I'm sure you can guess who the witch is.
Let's
say her name rhymes with kill.
Yes, I know who you're speaking of. Yes, speaking of.
And then you have another one whose last name may be Gates. You know, it's you have to watch it. It's one of the funniest things ever. It's just in the back. It's like playing Contra. It's like playing Contra, but like in the first level, all these people are trying to give you. Yeah.
Wait, what are they trying to give you, Brian?
I can't say, but it's it rhymes with nab or bab or dab. You know,
didn't that game blow up?
I don't know, but it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. So,
oh dang, that thing actually has that thing has 1,290 reviews with a consensus of very positive, that is very.
It's short, but it's like watching people playing it is so funny. It's so funny, and watching his little commercial that he has for it, like he literally says this game is mostly peaceful. Sorry,
I'm gonna have to check it out.
Did we lose you? Did we lose you, Feanor? I think Feanor got offended.
No, I'm still here. I was just taking care of something real quick. I turned my mic off.
Oh, okay. I wanted to assume you got offended. I wanted to assume I said something offensive.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sure.
Me offended?
I'm the one that's probably the more likely to be offended. So
hey, let me actually show you something really cool about that weird ghost thing really quick before we end the Sweet Baby discussion. This was actually really just I was going through these websites, checking each one of them out. And I came across Weird Ghosts, which apparently has a fund that a funding thing that branches off of Weird Ghosts called Baby Ghosts.
Yeah, you can share your screen if you want to. I mean, I think I have your thing, but if you want to share something, you could easily.
I don't think I've ever tried sharing things before. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that next time. So, an impact fund for studios led by underrepresented founders across Canada. We support video game studios with all I'm going to do is read this to you, and you guys just think what you want to think about this. We support video game studios with studio development training, catalytic investments in community in order to build strong, impactful teams of underrepresented makers who are shaping the future of games. Weird Ghosts invests in founders who want to build profitable, impact-oriented studios with a long-term vision and commitment to equitable works. It's a bunch of jargon. So that's what is that, like one paragraph, that whole thing? Now scroll down.
let's scroll down to how we fund. I don't care about that. So but you guys can check this out if you want to. Proud to they sponsored a couple gaming events. Now go down to the About Us, which has so much more going on. And I was when I was making the video, I was like worried that I might be doxing these people, but it's just their public like general area, and I won't say their names. But it says Weird Ghost was born from a collective desire to empower structurally excluded game devs. Our ultimate goal is a funding landscape in Canada that truly supports game studios at all stages so that all can grow and thrive. She is a queer and disabled white settler living on Treaty 1 territory in, wherever. They're a writer, game dev, and community organizer advocate with a background in theater, games, poetry, and health communications. And they have a PhD in communication studies from whatever. They're a co-founder. She is a queer white settler, community arts advocate, and organizer, software developer, and leader in the IDM industry for over 15 years. And then if you go down, because the one thing I have never before I saw this, I had never heard the term white settler. Like, I don't know if maybe I heard it in school.
I heard that in social studies class. I heard that studying history. I don't know if I'm on camera, so I think everybody saw the cringe. Like once I heard that, I was just like, what the? Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's it says land acknowledgement, which sheds light on this term white settler. Although we refer to ourselves as a Canada-wide fund, we acknowledge that what we now call Canada is built on unceded Indigenous territory. Weird Ghosts operates out of blank blank on Treaty 13 of the unceded territory of many nations, including and then they name a bunch of Indigenous tribes. We know that acknowledging the land is only one part of addressing settler colonialism in Canada. This is a video game funding website, by the way. We're not talking about video games anymore, though. Weird Ghost is owned by two white settlers who aim to practice uncolonization by prioritizing the support of Indigenous creators, centering social impact within the games industry, and creating less extractive funding models. We hope to take further measures to deconstruct colonialism in both our fund and the games industry as we continue to grow. That was like one of the most disturbing things or sites that I had come across. Now there was one like it later that also touted the whole decolonization thing. But yeah,
what's with this obsession with colonization?
Well, the
natives that lived there were colonized. They were from Asia. They colonized there too. There were probably, I don't know if there were, who knows if there were people living there before that they conquered. So I mean,
I'm so glad you asked that, Brian, because they have an answer for your question, and they anticipated that people would ask questions. So right there at the bottom, they have a link saying decolonization, meaning what exactly?
Should I click it?
Yeah.
Oh my
Something bad. But this is for Stone Circle Press, okay? Decolonization, meaning what exactly? And I'll just go to the one. Break free. The first and most basic meaning for decolonization is when a nation seeks to become free of the oppressor/oppressed regime imposed on them by a colonial power and to physically and legally undo the colonial state or empire that has dominated their society. And then you get more insight into the white settler thing down below with the two parentheses. The next profound meaning for decolonization is for the colonizer to decolonize, that is to withdraw and leave the lands. So what I had deduced after reading this is that Weird Ghosts, and by the way, Weird Ghosts has tendrils in studios that we know, but okay.
Yeah.
Basically what they're saying is their goal, their mission is to remove white people from games.
Oh,
like just straight up. This is one of a lot. I haven't even covered all of them.
And what and then the people that started this are colonizers.
They acknowledge in the
Colonizers.
first sentence, we're white settlers.
Well, then they should close down this website and move to a convent or something and ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, remove yourself from the internet. You don't want too many white people on the internet, right?
Yeah, you're taking up space. You're oppressing. This language is oppressing me.
If you go to the top, you'll see I won't go through too much of it. But I just thought you might find it interesting. Go up to the top and you'll see the baby ghost link. I'm sorry, go back to the Weird Ghost page, and you'll see a baby ghost link, which is a branch off of of their company. They founded that one as well. So I think it's at the very top.
The very top.
Yeah, the very top.
Baby ghost.
Boom, boom. Yep. All right, so our grant and accelerator. There are gamma. Are you building a video game studio with a cooperative model, looking for understanding? I didn't find anything. That was all jargon to me. When I scrolled down, I saw they do 6-month programs for your $25,000 grants. Read the very bottom quote, just for fun. Right. Here's the stages. Here's the stages. So, no, I'm sorry. It's above those. I know I'm like terrible. Okay. So, by the way, Gamma Space right there. That little link to Gamma Space. Just so you know, that's the other website that touts the decolonization mission.
Oh my god!
And their website looks like straight up Illuminati stuff. It's pretty wild.
So read this right here. Read these.
No. I think it's above. More above. Oh gosh. Huh. I don't see their quote. That's weird. Well, I don't know where it's supposed to be at the very bottom of the page. I'm going off of pure memory here.
So it's not these quotes right here.
No, it's not. It was supposed to be like at the very bottom, but I don't know if it's there anymore. But the quote what I'd seen on their Baby Ghost page was that they had a quote from some dude. I don't even know if it was someone in the company or somewhere else, but it's like, we don't. They're basically saying, we don't care. It's not about the games. It's about what we want, and that's our mission, and that is their mission statement. And this is a mission statement that is shared by Sweet Baby Inc. It's shared by Silverstring Media. It's shared by Black Girl Gamers and Gamma Space, as you see there, and Weird Ghosts. And more like them are probably even more obscure than Sweet Baby Inc. And I think Sweet Baby Inc. is getting most of the brunt. And you can see what kind of people work at Sweet Baby Inc. and the kind of things that they call for. But I think this is why I think we need to continue to expose these things. Keep talking about this. Keep just pointing them out, because you don't have to say anything bad about these. You just talk about them, and these people freak out and they attack you.
Yeah,
they try to.
It's like there's that one Instagram account that basically Instagram and Twitter that basically just showcases videos that people like this make, and then they get offended, they get angry, and they try to somehow have them shut down. And all they don't even they maybe add a little bit of context based on what they're seeing, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Clips of TikTok.
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Like, all they're doing is show. They didn't change it. They didn't, at least as far as I'm concerned, they don't edit and change stuff, but yet they still get harassed for just simply showcasing it to a wider audience, putting more optics on it. And like, what? Then why make the if you don't like that, why did you even put it on in the first place? Are you an idiot? You know what I mean? You know I'm getting at?
I just think I think that this ideology crap has just poisoned people's minds, and it's just become such a huge problem.
I agree.
And they care so much about that they're willing to throw money into this thing. And it's a problem. And I think it's like a weed that has to be pulled out. I don't even know how deep it goes, honestly.
But I think that if we just keep talking about it, more side, I guarantee you, people have it on their minds. Maybe I'm going to make a Black Girl Gamers detected page today, or maybe I'm going to make a Weird Ghost detected page today. You know, this kind of conversation can spark more conversation. I think that needs to be had. You know, as much as people hate on Matt Walsh, the one thing I can give him is that he's at least talking about it. You know, if people think that he's grifting, because you know he said the complete opposite before. You know, he said bad things about gamers, and he did his whole Paul Bunyan thing. It's like, you know, he said the same thing about anime. But yeah. I'm just glad that he's talking about it, because even whatever he might think, his followers might think something different, and they might be encouraged to talk about it. So that's the props that I can give Matt Walsh. But I think that just overall, you know, people need to be honest about it. And I don't know if I even mentioned it during the stream, that at a whole bunch of, like, it's kind of hard to track down because you have to look at their profiles. But you've got Kotaku and PC Gamer and IGN and The Verge journalists, okay, like who have like worked at, like, I guess they've like swapped out employees. Okay, I used to work for The Verge and Kotaku. I'm like, oh, okay, and I see all these are all the profiles, and at least most of the people I see on X defending Sweet Baby Inc. are just these journalists that already wrote fluff pieces for them, like a Kotaku journalist has been arguing with Endymion all day, and he's proving that he's a better journalist than she is, and she's trying to make it seem like Sweet Baby Inc. is a victim in all of this. And then you have Kotaku writers who are doing the exact same thing. Most of the defense comes from the media. Like, these people are crazy.
Is there a tweet? Is there something I could share?
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you go to like Endymion's X and you just look at his replies, like, just, I don't know if you follow Endymion.
I found him, and this is a perfect thing to show. Let me share this.
Like, I don't really like to dox anybody, but I think that tweet right there just shows exactly. He says that's what the media is doing. That's exactly what the media is doing. They're licking the boots today, all day long, of Sweet Baby Inc., trying to defend them. But if you go to his replies, you'll see that he was arguing with a Verge writer that used to be a writer for Kotaku, and the argument is that the argument is that they don't. Gosh, where's that thing? It's the same argument that they put in their articles, that Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what you think it does. And Endymion is bringing receipts and interviews from CEOs of certain things. And there you go, right there. Boom.
This one?
That is, yep. So that's a response to her, because her question was, if you go down to her quoted tweet, she says, tell me then, go to God of War, go to Suicide Squad, Alan Wake 2, go to those games and tell me with proof what Sweet Baby wrote. I'll wait. And Endymion is like, okay, cool, I got you. And the bottom left one, I think, is the most revealing. And then the top right one is an example of Suicide Squad. So the bottom left photo on that little tweet he provided.
This right here?
Yeah, that one. It basically shows that they worked with Kim Belair from Sweet Baby Inc. to refine the character voice and story arc, and that she opened up a lot of it said external sources really opened things up for us. I think that's important for us as a studio. I think he says, I don't even know if it's in this one or in a later one, that they said that it was very important for them to have a central main character that was Black, that could be on equal level with the main character of Alan Wake. That's what Remedy said, or at least the guy in charge of Remedy or whatever. And they worked with Kim Belair on that whole thing. They brought in team. They bring in writers. They bring in all kinds of people for different aspects of the game. I mean, it just depends what kind of package you get from them. And I don't care about their packages, but it's very clear that what they did affected the game overall. And when you look at the original woman that is supposed to play this woman in this game, she's a white, blue-eyed lady who's a
Yeah.
blonde. She's an
Mhm.
FBI agent. So they race swapped her. And the accusation is, well, Sweet Baby Inc. was probably responsible. And they're like, well, they're not, but there it is. So what did they work on together? And that's just one minor example. I mean, you have a ton of evidence that points to the damage that they've caused in video games. So, it's just that's just one employee. You've got Chris Kindred, who started that whole harassment campaign. Alyssa Mercanti, who, like, I mean, she's loving all of the backlash she's getting, though, and she praises it. She was a Kotaku. She's a Kotaku writer. I think she was either the writer of that Kotaku shill article or it was someone else, and she just defended it. But I think you guys have some substantial information here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna even try it. I'm not gonna even try to understand all this. This is just. I don't know. Maybe this is kind of why. Maybe this is why my interest in entertainment has just been waning for a long time. Like it's hard to get me to watch movies, shows, and even play video games anymore. I'm the only thing I do now is I either read or I watch YouTube videos, or I go for walks, or I do stuff, or I hang out with people. I do stuff like this, Chillporeals. I am working on a video. I'm doing some research right now, so I'm doing that type of stuff. But like all this stuff that I keep hearing about, it makes me, it doesn't give me a lot of hope for the future. And maybe it's also because I'm getting older, and I'm losing interest in stuff, and I'm getting more interested in other things. So
I think we should do it.
I think it's being an adult. I don't know.
I think we can fix it if we do something along the lines of what Feanor suggested. Just like stop buying their stuff, point out when they're involved, and just don't buy it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, it's simple as that. Because I mean, if we learned anything from the Fallout 76 fiasco, is that because a whole ton of people with Suicide Squad asked for a refund. I don't know how many actually got their refunds approved. But the one thing we learned from Fallout 76 is that if too many people ask for a refund, the gaming companies have the studios just have the right to just shut down the refund policy and be like, no, we're not going to issue any more refunds. So they can just keep all your money. So we as gamers need to let the product come out first, and then if you have a trusted source for reviews, listen to that trusted source, and then go and buy the product.
Yeah,
I got a question. This is something that a lot of people in this sphere have various opinions about. So there's people that like to put the spotlight on and criticize things like this going on, or what about the whole idea of just caring, not giving them attention? What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I like when it comes to Halo stuff like that. I mean, I'm a fan of Halo, so I watched the show knowing that it was going to be bad, and I don't know. I chose to talk about it, but I think talking about it talking about it is good. If you're like one of the only people who are watching it and you're talking about it, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least you're honest about it.
Yeah.
I don't think that I'm not really giving Paramount my money or anything, or Amazon my money for that matter. I just, I watch these things with friends, and a lot of them are knowledgeable about Halo, the book specifically. I've been playing the games Halo for 20 years, for example. I knew the show was going to be crap, but I still feel like it's necessary to talk about how crap it is.
Right.
Because I don't want a show like this to happen again. And I definitely don't want other people who love Halo to watch it and then come out disappointed.
Right. I also think it's the kind of attention that you give it. So like what I was saying earlier about how, a show will get attention that's just, a bunch of people looking to be edgy or trolls, and they'll just say some nonsensical stuff about the show. or game or whatever. But if people will listen to, if I am somebody who might be interested in a video game, let's say, or a TV show or whatever, and I see a comprehensive review or a series of reviews that articulate eloquently similar points to one another, like let's say you see like 6 or 7 reviews for a video game that say this game really looks like it was rushed, certain levels are incomplete, this, that, and the other, and it's like very, very consistent reviews by people who have played the game, and it's like, here's X, Y, and Z as to why this game is bad, then that is going to further either, or if it's a positive review, it's either going to incentivize the person to buy it or not to buy it. You know, somebody could see, if somebody sees a game and it's just like, game bad because woke. It's like, okay, that doesn't tell me a damn thing. Okay, because again, like we were saying earlier, you know, that word, amongst other words, has lost all meaning. You know, but like I said, if somebody says, you know, this game has some serious level problems, the characters aren't really developed right, this, that, and the other, controls aren't exactly super responsive, you know, anything you can think, the frame rate's a bit jaggy in these areas, whatever, you know, okay, cool. Now I know whether or not I'm going to play the game. The criticism of it or the praise of it has to be accurate, it has to be consistent, and it has to be constructive. It just can't be game woke. Okay, well, why is the game quote unquote woke?
Yeah,
explain that to me. Like, I'll listen to it if you tell me that it's trying to push a message. I will listen to what you're trying to tell me. Like, for we talked about it earlier. Let's say they come out with the new Lara Croft game, and instead of somebody saying, "Well, the new Lara Croft is just a woke game," they say they masculinized Lara Croft. They took away all of her femininity, things that I liked about her as a classic character. I really don't appreciate these people once again, trouncing on one of my favorite gaming characters. Totally understandable review, and I guarantee you we're going to see a lot of it coming out about this. But you have to explain how you feel, I guess is the best way to put it, is like you have to articulate what exactly your issue is, or not your praise is for the thing. So it's a mixture of that. It's a mixture of that, and also speaking, like I said earlier, speaking with your wallet. You have to do both. And only a combination of both is going to make these studios, whether it be TV studios or gaming studios or movie studios or whoever, that's what's ultimately going to make them, change their course on things once their bottom line starts getting hit. And here's the thing: if their bottom line starts getting hit, and they go and look at these reviews and they say, "Oh crap, okay, here's the exact reasons that have been shown to us why these people don't like our product. This is what we need to fix." It's all right there in front of them because we put it right there in front of them.
It just feels like now, and I've noticed this with the attitude and what the general response is, that it just seems like they don't want particular, they want to pick and choose their fans now.
Yeah.
So, and they're willing to deceive consumers to do it. So, I mean, that's the issue I have. That's why I don't like to acknowledge Disney. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're dead to me. I can't even get myself to watch, because I know some people like AC likes the Bad Batch, I think. So like I've heard good things about that, but I don't have the interest. I don't want to support a company like that, and I feel the same about Paramount with with obviously Halo and with New Trek, and I know you love Picard season 3, but but I just like but I do feel like I want to say to move on, but sometimes you got to combat the like there's all this false positivity. It's like they coerce people to say positive things because they give them stuff or something, or they feel they owe it to them or something.
Well,
so
it's not even just that. It's also deceptive marketing as well. I mean,
that's what I'm talking about.
When you come out with a trailer that's like, hey, we're gonna have this, 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 and this, and this in the game, and everybody gets hyped, and then when they pre-order the game and get it, and it has absolutely none of that stuff in it, it's
Did you I'm thinking of right now? I'm thinking of Last of Us Part 2, that trailer.
Yeah.
They blatantly deceived
they did.
fans.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
Where they showed Joel after they cut, and then
I mean,
she's like, "What are you doing here?" And then you see Joel; he's much older and all that, and he's there.
Playing the guitar too.
They kept it. They only like vaguely alluded to the idea that someone might die. Who knows? Maybe. But then up until the very moment it happened, the first gamer experienced the scene with Joel, I think that is how long they kept it a secret under wraps. Even in their trailers, they did not show the dude, what happened to Joel, what happened to him. I mean, you were playing as him for a very good portion of the first part of the game, and then all of a sudden, and that did not go over well. Oh, by the way, Neil Druckmann, the guy who helmed that whole thing, he loves Anita Sarkeesian. I don't know why they didn't just get married.
Because he was already married. I think he's already married, already got kids.
Drat. Sorry, Anita. Whoops.
Yeah.
Can't go down that route.
I mean, but then again, you hear the word that rhymes with puck or duckman, or puckman, or all that. And I'm curious if that's true. But when that came out, I was following that, all that coverage like crazy, because it's funny, it was because of all that. It was because, and I told your brother this, Kyle. The reason why I played the first Last of Us was because of the controversy. The controversy actually sparked my interest, because I owned the game for years. I owned the game. I owned the PS4 version since 2017 or something, 2016 or something. So the game was sitting on my shelf for 4 years. I don't think I'm going to play this. Then all of a sudden, the controversy hits, and then it just, I don't know what it is. It sparked my interest, and then I played it. It's a toxic trait. I'll do better. I'll do better.
Man, I mean, at least it got you there. That's kind of funny.
And I like that first game. That's if the first game was actually really good. And knowing that after playing that, and I understood why people felt the way they did about the second game. I mean, there was this one Asian streamer. The coup de grace happens to Joel, and he takes the game out, and I think he cuts the disc. Yeah.
I don't blame him. That game, that amongst all of its problems, its ending was also probably the worst. It's just like, you're gonna I'm gonna kill 1,000 people in this game, and then at the end, I'll let the person I was going after go free. Great ending. And that's it. Killed 1,000 people to get to you. You know what? I'm in a good mood.
So I think you guys want to move on to another topic. We've talked a good amount of time on some stuff. How about something positive? You guys want to talk about something? Well, it's not really positive, but it's something. We lost Akira Toriyama last week, or actually no, we lost him 2 weeks ago. He passed away on the 1st of March. And I was on with Leon, Words of Paradise, because I know he's like Dragon Ball is like his favorite thing, and he was doing a late night stream. Like, hey, dude, Link, let's talk about this. I could barely get a word in, but I like Leon. Leon's a great guy. So it was fun. It was fun hearing people talking about their memories, either watching Dragon Ball or whatever that Toriyama did. So I'm just curious. I was curious, you guys grew up watching Dragon Ball. I got into it pretty late as a teenager. So,
oh yeah, I watched it on old school like Toonami back in like the 90s. That was my jam. I'd watch that, and I think one of my earliest anime memories is probably the original Dragon Ball. Just Goku. It's like it's one of the best. Like, if ever there was like a show for adults and kids, just about just a kid going on an adventure, and it's just like super wholesome, but it has enough like I don't want to say adult content because that's the wrong way to phrase it, but just things that themes that adults can see in there and be like, haha, that's really funny, like it's not like super super kiddie. It's made for both, and it'll never age poorly, I think, is what I would like to say. Oh yeah, when Trunks kills Frieza.
This is probably my favorite moment in all of Dragon Ball Z.
Yep.
Like they just got off of a whole season of fighting Frieza, and all of a sudden this guy just shows up right here. Where is he? There he is. Yep. Trunks, future Trunks.
Oh, Trunks was badass. Actually, no, I remember now. My fondest memory of Dragon Ball Z was when Goku first went Super Saiyan.
In the Frieza saga, yeah.
And he just starts kicking the crap out of Frieza. Yes. But like the build up to it, so that whole fight, that whole like 17 episode fight, however the hell long it was so
great. It was like a 35 episode fight.
Yeah,
he was prepping the spirit bomb for like 5 to 10 episodes.
So true. Or what was it? Was it the 100 times Kaioken that he did, where he blasted Frieza with a Kamehameha wave? Oh, I can't remember, but yeah, when Goku went Super Saiyan, man, I remember hair standing up on the back of my neck, like, oh my god, this is happening! Oh my goodness! And then, just
that was great, man.
The ensuing fight when he just slaps the hell out of Frieza. It was great. Good stuff.
Like just like this slow cut. I was like, what is going? I'm like, what is going on here? And then you see it
splits, right?
And then he cuts him up even further. He cuts. Wait, come on, where is it?
Yeah, he just. Yep, he cuts him into pieces.
Oh, where is it? Where is it?
There it is. Boom, 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 boom.
I gotta watch out for Toei. Toei is
notorious.
Nuts.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, look at this.
Positive, right?
Yeah.
That's art. That's what you call art.
Look at this. This is one of the earliest things I ever seen. I was like, this is nuts. And then not only does he do that. Wait. I love this. This is so awesome. They're all looking. They're all
just barbecues him. Yep.
Oh man, I'm gonna.
Oh come on!
Yeah,
you gotta
completely.
Wow. You should be good without this. Yep, there it is.
Yes. What? Oh, sorry. I have to. I gotta get this off. Oh wait, camera.
I forget what movie it was. But there was one of the Dragon Ball Z movies. They have that Trunks. It's future Trunks, but he's like uber jacked, and he's got like super long purple hair. He's like mega jacked, but he fights in a martial arts tournament against Tien, and it's one of the better fights. It's a short fight, but it's one of the better fights in Dragon Ball Z as a whole, I think.
It's one of the movies. It's in one of the movies.
Yeah, I can't. Let me. It's in the one where Goku's dead and Gohan actually has to defeat the main villain. Let me. Sorry if everybody hears a cat in the background. Let's see.
I assume that was Play-Doh. Kyle.
No, don't. No,
Play-Doh doesn't make that type of noise.
No,
Play-Doh.
Play-Doh,
where are you? Meow. What?
Not Dragon Ball Evolution. No,
just go back to sleep, Play-Doh.
Let me see.
Sorry. What were you saying? Sorry, what were you saying, Feanor?
Oh, I was. Let me see here. I'm looking for the movie. Not Dead Zone. Not World's Strongest. Not Tree of Might. Not Lord Slug. Not Cooler's Revenge. Not The Return of Cooler. Is it
the Broly? Those original Broly movies were brutal. That first one, wow.
Oh, okay. It was BoJack Unbound.
BoJack Unbound. Okay.
BoJack Unbound. That was the movie. And like Trunks is just jacked, dude. He's just like mega jacked. It's like, whoa.
Was this like right after he gets out of that time chamber? You know, because you know how they go into a time chamber for a couple of days, but it's actually a couple of years to train to train against Perfect Cell.
I forget when this is supposed to be taking place. Let me see here. All but Yamcha effortlessly advanced much to the concern. He recognizes them from battle against Cell, so he knows. Okay, so
I think it's like in the midst of Cell.
No, it's in between Cell and the Buu saga.
Oh, okay.
Because Goku's dead, so yeah, it would have to be.
Oh, okay.
You know, it was another great moment of and this is something that I think that this is something Leon posted, and I watched and I was like, wow, this is way more emotional than I remember first seeing it. It's when Goten meets his father for the first time.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Remember that one? Remember that one, Kyle?
Yeah.
That's
the one that hit me the hardest, like in the fields, it still gets me, is Majin Vegeta when he blew himself up to try and kill Majin Buu. I forgot about that. Oh man, that's like one of the most like gut wrenching ones, because like so so obviously there's two different Trunks, right? So there's the future Trunks, and then there's like kid Trunks in the present.
Yeah,
and
who doesn't experience all the mayhem.
He gives Trunks a hug and then knocks him out and hands him to Piccolo and says, "Get the hell away from here, because shit's about to hit the fan." And
wow.
It's like it's something that it's like total like character not character break for Vegeta, but it's growing his character, so to speak. And then he turns around and just blows himself up, like just energy ball the size of like Texas, blows himself up. And one thing I've heard, I don't know if this is confirmed or not, is that the reason why Akira Toriyama did not have Vegeta kill Buu with that blast was because he did not want to give Vegeta fans the satisfaction of having that sacrifice pay off, because apparently Akira Toriyama hated the character Vegeta. He did not want that character to get as popular as it was. It's kind of like what you hear about George Lucas and Boba Fett. George Lucas doesn't like it. It's the same thing. He did not expect this character to take off the way that it did, and he kind of resented that for some reason. I think it's silly. I mean, you created the character. Why wouldn't you want people to love it? But
I agree.
No disrespect to Akira Toriyama, made one of the greatest animes ever. Rest in peace, my dude. But I just always thought that was weird. But yeah, apparently that's the reason why the explosion that Vegeta blowing himself up didn't kill Buu, is because Akira Toriyama was being spiteful towards Vegeta fans, I guess. So the story goes. But man, one of the greatest creators, 20th century like story creators, I think, would be Akira Toriyama.
I agree. I mean, his art style is extremely recognizable. Like you when you look at one of his works, you know it was him.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I still think original Dragon Ball is better than Dragon Ball Z.
You know, good. Oh, you know what's funny is I feel the exact same way as you.
Yeah,
I saw Dragon Ball after Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
and I think Dragon Ball had just Goku's arc was just so much better written. It pays off and everything. I mean, I like Z. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, Z's great.
The original, and I said this on Leon's stream. One of my favorite moments in that show. I mean, you had the goofy beginning, where Goku wants to see Bulma, and when she's in the back, the first episode, and you got the wacky Pilaf people. but one of my favorite moments was when he actually has to suffer a defeat at the hands of Tao Pai Pai, the brother of the Crane Master. Who's the master of Tien and was it Chaozu? so he couldn't beat him, and the only way to train to be able to beat him was to climb the tower to meet the cat, Master Kareen, and to drink the holy water that would make him stronger, ever stronger, and all that. And what was awesome about that was he gets up there, he manages to get up there, and he has to fight for the water. Like he like the cat's not letting him, grab the water. He has to kind of, like playing keep away and all that. Right. And then when he finally drinks it, he's like, I don't feel any different. He's like, yeah, well, you are different. You trained, you climbed all the way up here. You had to, you took the water, you managed to take the water from me. You are stronger, dude. And he's like, I am. I was like, right. That's what I thought that was the payoff I wasn't expecting, but I really enjoyed that.
Right. I have two kind of favorite moments. First one's kind of sort of like right at the beginning. So when because Goku doesn't like have any sensibilities at all, nope. and he doesn't know what underwear is, so he steals Bulma's underwear, and then they meet Master Roshi.
Nosebleeds and all.
Nosebleeds. He like passes out. Bulma then realizes that her underwear. That's good stuff.
I love that.
That's nuts.
There's another one. It was the second fight between Goku and Tien when Goku's older.
Mm-hmm.
And Goku is like going through the motions and like, just fighting with Tien and everything like that. And then he tells Tien, hey, can we stop for a second? And Tien's like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I just got to take off all my gear. And like, he takes off like these multi-ton boots. Yeah, and just collapses. Tien's like, what the hell is this?
Well, I love the tournaments in the first Dragon Ball, because one thing is no matter how creepy and how perverted Master Roshi is, Master Roshi is a great teacher. One thing that he never wants to become complacent in his abilities. So he always wants him to learn. And so in order for him to do it to the best of his ability, he goes into the tournament disguised as another martial arts master. He just puts on a wig and he takes off the sunglasses, and it's him, basically. And he calls himself Jackie Chan.
Jackie Chun.
Okay, Jackie Chun.
Yeah. Jackie Chun.
And he actually wins the tournament. But sometimes I think, you know what? Maybe he just wants to kick the crap out of younger people too. But
he just wants to beat children.
But no, that's not the reason. But I like how in the first one Goku nearly has the edge on him. But he wins, and Goku. I think Goku gets disqualified because the moon shows up. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's another thing about Dragon Ball: they blow up the moon several times because the moon will turn Goku into a giant King Kong beast monster.
Yep.
Saiyan thing or something because of the tail, and I think it's because of the tail. If I remember correctly,
he turns into the Great Ape because of the tail. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So Master Roshi has to blow up the moon at the end of that first tournament. But what I liked about the second tournament against Master Roshi's rival, the Crane Master, because he's the turtle, he's the Kame Master, the Turtle Master. I liked how he's fighting Tien in the arena, and he says he's like, can you beat Goku, Tien? And Tien's like, I will beat Goku because because Tien is Tien's driven to beat him, and then Jackie or Master Roshi's like, okay, great, and he just jumps out. He just jumps out of the arena and disqualifies himself. So I guess at that point he wanted to, that was it. That was it. He was done with. I think he was done with tournaments after that. So
yeah, well, up until he got into a tournament in Dragon Ball Super.
Oh yeah, the final one. Oh, that did you watch Super?
I thought that was a great scene. I didn't watch all of Super. I really.
Did you watch the ending? Did you watch the final fight between Goku and everyone against Jiren?
Yeah, wow, that was epic. But I really did like how they did Roshi's final fight.
That was
because you know what's funny is that what's weird is that at that point, like, you know, characters like Roshi and Tien, like, because Goku and Vegeta just keep going up and up and up the power tier, like the rest of them are left behind, and unfortunately, like I joke around, say they become useless. So it was nice to see them have a victory. One thing that I'd like to see, I don't know if we're ever going to see it because now Toriyama is no longer with us. I wanted to see some of the other characters be able to excel the different power level tiers. Well, like, I mean, Piccolo. Even Piccolo hasn't done much since swallowing up King Kami. I think
Kami, yeah. Well, what was I gonna say? Well, it's one of the things I appreciated about Super was the fact of, like, do you remember the fight they had on top of the hospital building, Krillin and Goku? It was a training fight, but Goku was like using it to kind of gauge where Krillin was at, and what Krillin was doing was actually really cool because part of the rules for the tournament was that obviously, like the classic Dragon Ball tournament, you can be ringed out. If you step out, you're out of the tournament. If you step out of the ring. So what Krillin did is he hit a Destructo disc underneath. If I recall correctly, he like somehow hit it underneath where Goku was standing, and like distracted him with like a whole bunch of other Destructo discs that Goku had to keep dodging. And then he used that Destructo disc underneath to pop the floor out from underneath Goku. And the point of it was, it's like, yeah, Krillin might not be the most powerful, but Krillin's freaking smart. And if he can get, if he can, and so I really appreciated Toriyama, like, because you're right, like a lot of the characters like Tien, Krillin, etc., they got left behind when Goku and Vegeta just kept getting more and more and more and more powerful. And I think this kind of brought them back in. It's like, okay, you got Roshi, who's like old inspiration. He'll be there. Krillin, nice, smart, tactical, everything like that, all sorts of different stuff, so they incorporating the strengths of the characters, even if they don't necessarily have the power of a Vegeta or a Goku. What do you think, Dread? You've been pretty quiet on the Dragon Ball so far.
Oh, I was enjoying listening to you guys. I mean,
are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure we didn't let you get a word in or something?
No,
I take responsibility.
Okay, listen, I'm just going to say this. Android 18 is my favorite character, I'm telling you.
Oh my god.
No. No, I don't think I didn't get a word in. No, it's actually not like that at all. I actually just really wanted to hear what you guys thought. Oh, yeah. I grew up with. I did so much DBZ crap. I've been trying to piece it together while you guys have been talking, just because I've watched just like you, Feanor, Toonami, Adult Swim. That's where I got all my DBZ stuff. I played all the Tenkaichis, Xenoverses, freaking Game Boy game. Like I was drawing these dudes. Like
how many of those games were there?
Oh, Tenkaichi was like 3 or 4, wasn't it? Like, I remember Tenkaichi 3. I think that was the last one I played.
Because then they did the last time I did.
They did Xenoverse 1 and 2.
They got a new one coming out. I was actually going to mention that to you guys. They got a new one. New Tenkaichi. Yeah, big time.
Oh, I thought it was going to be new Xenoverse.
No, we got Tenkaichi. I'm sorry, but like Tenkaichi's my thing, dude.
What's it called again?
I like Xenoverse.
What was it called? Your favorite thing? I'll look it up right now.
Oh, it's Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi.
Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi. Which one?
Or it's Tenkaichi Budokai. I don't know which. I played one. I played the crap out of 1. I played almost the crap out of 2. I played a lot of 2, but I unlocked the golden gray ape one day, and I just there was no. I just enjoyed just grabbing my enemy player and just throwing him. It's like the best. And also my favorite scene I forgot to mention earlier. I think the thing that kind of hit me the most was Trunks' death at the hands of Cell. I think that one was really compelling for me because just like Feanor mentioned, Akira didn't really want Vegeta to be a loved character, but dude, I loved Vegeta, and just seeing him and Trunks' relationship not be resolved because of Cell's actions, and then Vegeta's reaction after that, and his rash actions that led to their near defeat. I think that was a really compelling scene. Just to see like Vegeta is really good about hiding his emotions, and in that scene he just kind of let go, and you saw that like even though it seemed like it was easy for him.
Oh man, bringing back memories, boys.
Yeah, dude, this game rocks.
Yeah, this game's so much fun.
What is with this freaking? Come on.
So you guys could fly in this. For those who haven't played Budokai Tenkaichi, like dude, you could be all the DBZ characters. You could fly around in these matches with your friends. You could throw them into mountains, so they were destructible even then.
Yeah.
So like you could blow up the entire planet.
Yeah,
like
you could interact
win a
with the
match by
environment,
you could like literally ultimate to blow up a planet. And dude, it's just crazy what you could do that game. It was fun, and they're making a new one. And there were even tournaments that you could go from like 100 to 1. Me and my buddy would always compete that. I think a lot of my friends would have arguments about like which character could be who in DBZ. I'm sure you guys probably did too. Like just it was always the talk of the day.
yeah.
Just like Goku's going to be Vegeta if Vegeta does this. Dude, Boo's totally going to kick. Like he went to small form. He's going to beat Goku in Super Saiyan 3. Like no, it ain't going to happen. Because Goku always spirit bombs the enemy, it's his thing. But yeah, I mean that was just kind of like just in the moment, just the DBZ kid,
Right.
So
my personal favorite thing, and this is both in, I want to say it was both in Budokai and Xenoverse, but if like you were playing against your buddy and you guys both hit your like whatever your super was,
yeah.
And like let's say somebody had like Gallic gun and the other person had, I don't know, Masenko, and like you'd lose the joysticks in order to like push the energy beam back and forth, and whoever got the advantage ended up blowing up the other person. Like,
dude,
the games were really like intuitive. And like you said, like blowing up the environment, you just blow up all kinds of stuff. It was great.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. You could clash Kamehamehas and other abilities. You could, and you would button mash to try to beat your enemy with that blast, and you could grab them, throw them across the map. You can literally get into mashing fist fights, like they do in the show, where they're just like almost invisible, and you just like.
Yep.
Well, you can do that too. You have to button mash to beat your buddy, and it's only if you guys are dashing at each other and trying to push the hard punch button or whatever. But
Right.
you could go underwater, you could go out up into space and stuff in some levels. But yeah, I'm totally geeking out about this. This is like you could get some sick combos here. I think like if you were good enough, you could dash out of the way. You could instant transmission like Goku. Yeah.
Is this what you were talking about earlier, BoJack Unbound?
Yes.
Yeah, I never played any of these games. I never played any of the Dragon Balls. So,
See that loading screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could blow that those little things that are floating around the ball. You can control the orb in the loading screen and break them while you wait.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. This would never fly in today's society.
No,
Nope.
wouldn't.
Ooh. You need her in the face? Awesome.
Don't ever do the tri-beam. Tri-beam, my dude.
What was he waiting for? Oh man. my buddy who's no longer with us now, back in the day when we were both like 13, 14, he really you guys were talking about Majin Vegeta. It brought me back because my friend Dean loved Majin Vegeta. Like on all the Tenkaichi games, he would run Majin Vegeta up the tournaments, because he had that final flash and it was just like faster than the other Vegeta forms, or whatever it was. His blast. It was a lot faster in Majin form than the others, so he said that's why he always liked to play Majin Vegeta.
What's Majin Vegeta? I don't even remember Majin Vegeta.
So Majin Vegeta was Vegeta was pissed because Goku was so damn strong, and so Vegeta allowed Babidi to enter his mind and give him the power of the Majin, but it brought out all the evil in Vegeta, and so Vegeta was just like crazy.
Was this in the show or in the movie?
This is in the show. This is in the show. This is in like the thick of the Buu saga. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so Vegeta kind of goes nuts for a while and ends up actually fighting Goku. And if I recall correctly, he either ends up thinking that he defeated Goku, or I can't remember how that fight ended. But long story short, yeah, Vegeta ends up going to fight Buu instead. But
I see. I've only seen the Buu saga once, so
Yeah.
I've seen the Babidi, the first part of it, several times because it was on. I was watching with my buddy when I was in high school. So I first thing I saw of Dragon Ball Z, because I remember seeing they had it on Saturday mornings, late Saturday mornings, and the first episode I ever see of not original Dragon Ball but Z is there's an episode where the Ginyu Force is just kicking the crap out of Gohan the entire time.
Yep.
And I'm just like, what is this? Like, why is a kid being hurt like this? I was like, I think I was 13. I was like, what is this? Like, this is heavy. And just the kid's crying, he's being hurt and all that. I was like, I don't know if I like this. And then I don't think I watched any more of it until I was in high school. And my friend, I was at his house. He watched Dragon Ball Z religiously, and I saw the Imperfect Cell saga for the first time. And I'm watching this. I'm like, whoa, this is straight, almost like a straight up horror. And this bad guy is so imposing to the point where he's scaring everybody. And that's one thing I liked about Dragon Ball, is that the characters really show emotion, really show emotion, especially Krillin getting scared every time he comes across a new powerful villain and everything.
You know who was missing from Dragon Ball Z? Was what was her name? Launch.
Who, I forget. She was.
She's the one who sneezed, and every single time she sneezed, she changed personalities.
Oh yeah. She was in the first Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah. She
what was her name again? Launch.
Yeah,
remembering her. Huh.
Yeah, one time she would sneeze and she'd be like this really nice, like dark-haired girl who's like super sweet, and the next thing she would sneeze and she'd be this blonde carrying a pistol and like screaming at everybody.
Yeah. Okay. I found. I'm gonna share my screen.
Good old Launch. She just like disappeared.
Yeah, that's true. So she had blue hair when she was good, but then she had blonde hair and a gun when she was
and she had a thing for Tien.
She's probably just teaching a third grade class in Oakdale now.
In Oakdale.
I feel like this is like, yeah, it's great character. It's kind of funny. I was thinking about favorite like episodes. There's an episode in the where it's like in the middle of when they're training for the Cell games.
Yeah,
and Gohan goes to like help this village or whatever the hell, or like group of like refugees from Cell, and Mercenary Tao shows up, and Mercenary Tao, he realizes that Goku had a kid, and he runs away.
Yeah, I think there's a point where he actually encounters Goku. Goku is in like in the Super Saiyan, and Goku's like, "Hey, Tao," and he's like, "Eesh. What do you want?" and everything. So,
right.
Yeah.
I wonder whatever happened to the Crane Hermit though.
I'm assuming when the whole world
Died.
blew up, because he was a bad person, he wasn't brought back because they wished all the good people back.
That's true.
So
That's another thing about the original Dragon Ball. The villains were better, I think.
well, who you had? You had Colonel Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. You had King Piccolo. Piccolo Jr., which is our Piccolo.
Yeah. You could honestly, Tien and Chaozu and the Crane Hermit were technically villains, at least during the tournament.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Goofy Pilaf and his dog and his woman.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. There was also that one. It was later on in the Dragon Ball saga where Goku has to use the Bansho fan to like put out a fire or something. I forget what it was. I think it was for the Ox King.
The Ox King, Chi-Chi's pop.
Yeah, the Ox King sends him to go to this thing with the Bansho fan to put out some fire or something like that. I forget what it was exactly. It was near the end of Dragon Ball, but one thing I kind of wish that Toriyama did, and it's okay that he didn't do it, but one thing I kind of wish that he would have done is kind of made like the whole concept of Super Saiyan like super unique, like have it be like maybe Future Trunks and Goku and just leave it at that. I thought when everybody you can be a Super Saiyan and you can be a Super Saiyan and you can be a Super Saiyan. I was like, it used to be something really special. Like when Goku, it's like what I was talking about earlier. When Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan, it was like, holy shit!
Yeah,
like, this is crazy. Like that's just a personal preference of mine, but I mean, it still works all the same. Like Super Saiyan Vegeta is awesome too. So, but oh goodness. Good old Toriyama.
I'm trying. Yeah,
68 years old too. That's too young.
Yeah, I've only seen like one thing about mangaka, like they're very private, so there's not a whole lot of pictures of them. So like Toriyama, like we have a picture of him from the 80s. There's a picture of him from like the early 2000s, but there have been no pictures materialized of him, the last 20 years.
Right.
So yeah, I mean,
well, and there's also
Kentaro Miura of Berserk is another example. You very few pictures of him.
Hideaki Anno of Neon Genesis Evangelion. He's another one. The only one you really get a lot of is
we know what Hideaki Anno looks like. He's not a mangaka. He's an anime. I think he might have done manga, but he's mainly like an anime director. So he's done like he's done that. He's done. He did Shin Godzilla. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why the fourth Evangelion movie got postponed for like a decade.
And all the Evangelion movies are him trying to figure out what kind of ending he wants for Evangelion.
he had an ending for the original show, which everybody. I mean, they don't really show it, but everybody dies basically. Everybody turns into orange juice, and then in the end of Evangelion, everybody turns into orange juice. But then Shinji's like, you know what? I think we should live. I think humanity should live because it all comes down to his decision.
Yeah.
And then
he chokes Asuka, or was that end of
show?
That was in the show, I think.
Was that the show, or was that end of? I thought that was end of Evangelion where he did that.
The end of Evangelion, they wake up and there's nothing but like there's a red ocean and all that. He starts crying. He starts crying on her, and then she's just like, "You're making me sick, bro." and that's how it ends. That's how it ends.
It's
and then the beginning of End of Evangelion, she's in the hospital. She's in the hospital in the bed, hooked up to machines and all that. And we hear and then he looks at his hand. He's like, "I'm so effed up." At least that was what the subtitles said. I was like, "Whoa,
yeah." That
I was
didn't
like,
make any sense
"Whoa,"
to me.
because Shinji, I guess he's sick. I don't know. He's 13. He's a teenager.
Okay, well, I'll tell you something. As much as I meme about Misato being a hot MILF, that scene where they're in the room together and she's like, "That's how grown-ups kiss. I'll show you the rest later." It's like, woman, Shinji's like 14. What the fuck are you doing?
That's some questions and concerns.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm gonna call the authorities now.
Yep, and I got the series. I got the series on a hard. I have a not hard copy. Excuse me.
One you guys should check out. I'll make this quick, but one you guys should check out, and I'll send you a link to it. Is it's an anime movie called Twilight of the Dark Master. It is so good. It came out in like the mid '90s.
Twilight of the. I've never heard of this one.
It is good. It's a horror anime. The main character is awesome as shit. His name is Tsunami Shijo, and it's cool. It involves just demons and possession, and this one chick is getting hunted. It's wild, but it's so cool. And it has that really grungy old 90s anime aesthetic and feel to it. It's really, really good.
Yeah, because I don't know if I told you, Feanor, I am a big fan of the original Berserk anime from this era.
Yeah.
So
you'll like this then.
Okay, good.
You'll definitely like this. It's good. And matter of fact, I believe. Oh goodness!
So it's a single 45-minute movie.
Yep, it is a part of a larger
OVA.
It's a part of a larger story. I forget what the manga is. I want to say it was a manga or an anime series. I can't remember which. I want to say it was a manga, but it's part of a grander series, is what I'm trying to say.
It says it's a manga here, and then they adapted. They made an OVA adaptation of the manga or something like that.
Yeah. Let me see here.
I think that cover is sick, dude.
Yeah.
That's cool. I love that, man.
And there's people getting eaten in this. It's wild. It's a wild anime. But the main
so you guys, let's go. So like Berserk, like Attack on Titan type of deal. So it says, long ago, the Great Mother Spirit created demons, guardians, and humans.
Mm-hmm.
During 2089, only a few demons and guardians remain, and in the city of Neo Shinjuku. The guardian Tsunami Shijo, an ancient fire manipulator from days long ago, is out to aid a fledgling human race. Tsunami is looking for a human who was transformed into a monster by drugs. That leads him to Mr. Takamiya, the demon leader who killed his lover. Yep. Tsunami becomes involved with a woman who just lost her fiance and her arm. Really? Well, wow. And now wants to figure out why this has happened. Meanwhile, the demon leader is still alive and plotting to enslave mankind.
Okay. It's good. You gotta check it out. You gotta check it out, my dude.
All right. Okay, I'm writing it down right now. I'm gonna write it down right now. Maybe it's on one of those streamers. So let's see. So Twilight of the Dark Master.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the guy who directed it also directed Puella Magi Madoka. Of all the animes.
Which one's that one?
It's a super girly anime, dude.
Oh, okay.
What's it called again?
Puella, Puella, Magi Madoka.
I've heard that. Yeah. Puella Magi Madoka.
Yeah, it's total opposite of Twilight of the Dark Master. But
I have no problem with some girly anime. I actually, what my gateway into anime was? Sailor Moon, the original Sailor Moon.
Yeah, that's a lot of people, man. Like Sailor Moon or Cardcaptor Sakura is another one.
My brother was big into Pokemon, especially the Indigo, the original. I want to be the very best.
Yep.
Yeah, the Indigo League, I think is what it's called. The Gen 1 first season. And what's funny is the American opening song is better than I listened to the Japanese song, and the American song is actually way better, which is not very common. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's but yeah, so R.I.P. Toriyama. It's 3.5 hours. So you guys have any time left to talk about I don't know, Wuxia?
Wuxia films. Wuxia
is when Kyle speaks out of turn, like he always does.
Fantastical martial arts movies of the fantastic variety.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going on 5 hours of sleep, boys, and a rock star. Like I'm I'm coasting right now, right? 43. Oh, geez.
I mean, you're on what you said you're on day 19
of 89. Yeah,
of 89. So 3 whole months. That's wild.
Yeah.
Like full. I forget you said full shifts.
Yeah, I'm doing 72 hours a week.
Shit.
So
Damn.
I might take a break in between the 89 spread. I feel like I'm gonna have to, but I'm gonna try and push the whole way. I'm gonna see how far I can get. So
okay. The 3 film.
I want to hear your ranking on this. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, so everybody.
Number 1.
Oh yeah, and what's funny is I think you'll definitely agree with me on this. But yeah, the reason why I'm watching Wuxia films is because of an alpha Chad that talked about it on his. I think it was your very first video on your channel on how you would create, how you would adapt Tolkien.
Yes.
So I listened to that, and then we did our Chillporeal, and then you talked about it even further, and you convinced me to start watching them myself, and so we started every other month. I think we would do, or every maybe once every other month and a half or something. We'd watch a movie. So we started with Hero, and Hero was one that I really liked. Hero was awesome all the way from start to finish. So that one is my number 1 so far.
Yep.
The other 2 I saw was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and House of the Flying Daggers. Both of them excellent movies. I love the sets. I love the props, everything. Some of the stuff I'm like, what are they doing? She's throwing, like, I forget, in like House of Flying Daggers, she's throwing like a what was she throwing at those drums? She had all those drums. She had to match she had to play matchup.
She had the fabric. She had like really long sleeve fabric, and so she was slapping the drums.
Yes,
with her fabric, and he was using she was matching the beats that he did when I believe he flicked like a marble or something, if I recall correctly. And flicked the marble and went boom, 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 and then she had to match with the fabric on her dress.
Yeah, and then I think she tries to doesn't she try to kill the guy? Yeah, she tries to kill the guy right after that. So this is what we're talking about right here, or
Great
here actually.
Scene.
Yeah, so the guy, all these little drums around her, and she's basically throwing the fabric at these drums or something. So it's insane. So but unfortunately, like, the scenes were really long, or something about, or maybe it was just so relaxing. I don't know what it was, but something made me fall asleep while watching this, especially all the love scenes. So
they did take it. Well, I feel like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon especially, like, so there were parts of that movie that just crawled. It wasn't like Hero, where
Yeah.
it's like you're totally invested in the narrative. Like that movie just sucks you in. But
Hero, yes, Hero. I loved how it ended too. Like
Mhm.
I mean the only disappointment I had in Hero was we didn't see like we we didn't see Jet Li's demise or something. But I loved how he came. I mean, we see the soldiers encompass him as he's walking towards it, but then he's gone. I think in the next shot he's like gone or something.
No, remember the Emperor orders all of his archers to fire, and then all the arrows hit the door, and then you see like where the arrows are not in the door is in the shape of a man where Jet Li's character was standing, and the next thing you see is the soldiers carrying the casket, if you will, of the hero.
Mm-hmm.
Also, something interesting though, in all three of the movies that we watched, there is an actress named Ziyi Zhang. She is in all three of these films.
Yeah.
In two of them, she was the main girl in the film, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and House of Flying Daggers. But in Hero, she's just kind of a side character. The cinematography in this film is just in all of them the cinematography is gorgeous. It is gorgeous stuff.
Yes.
And the thing I always like to point out, on a low budget, I cannot stress that enough. We're talking Hero is probably the most expensive of these films, and it didn't exceed $15 million as a budget. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, and
when
then
you mentioned that was pretty shocking, because like, remember that we were just talking about it, the marble and the drum scene, where remember when she just takes out that sword on her from her outfit, just starts swinging at the dude. That was so cool, man.
Yeah,
it was thrilling.
And it's like you do all this stuff on a low budget, and the way something that you Nerdporeal, that I think it was you and Dread might have both talked about this, but in the movie Hero, when they have the fight in the chess court, this one right here.
Yeah.
You want how long did it take for them to prep this? Feanor? How long was it?
They spent 21 days filming this one sequence. This one scene.
Woo.
21 days. Almost a month. Yeah. Because they wanted it to get as perfect as possible. But the thing that both you guys pointed out is that no shaky cam. It's all like single shots like this. Boom, boom, boom. Just the camera's moving with them. There's nothing shaky. It's not up close. You can see clearly what's going on. Like, it's just different perspectives. Camera is still. It's so refreshing to see that, because these days all you get is like the super shaky cam and you can't tell what's going on, and like everything's
the lighting also is just terrible.
Yeah, whereas the lighting here, you can clearly see every movement. It's so nice. And there's no superfluous CGI either. They're just on wires. That's it. That's the only like added thing to make it like more fantastical, make it seem like they're like floating in the air, is that they're on wires. Everything else is like legit. It's so good.
Beautifully done.
Oh, it's in my opinion, it's the best fight scene in all of cinema ever. Period. It's just so good. And, I mean, it does help when you have two extremely well-trained martial artists that are doing the fighting. Like that definitely helps the choreography, but it's just so good.
I love seeing Donnie Yen. I didn't know it was him the first time I'd seen it, and then I watched the Ip Man movies.
Mm-hmm.
I went back and watched it with you guys. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Donnie Yen, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Donnie. It's peak Donnie Yen too. Like this is in peak Jet Li fighting each other. Like it's so good. Okay, this is the one spot where they had the kind of and it didn't age exactly well, but it was the water CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah, this right here. But I mean, okay, it came out in 2002. It's a $15 million movie. Cut them a tiny bit of slack. But And even actually, you know what? I'm looking at it now. It doesn't look terrible.
It's just that initial swirl. Like everything after that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was so good.
It was a great film. Great scene, great film. And like I said, that's the one thing all these movies have in common is just fantastic cinematography.
Yes.
It is so good. Now, me personally, I liked House of Flying Daggers a lot. It's not. I don't think it's as good. I still really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'll definitely give that one another. I'll give that one another chance. I won't fall.
Yeah.
I won't fall asleep this time. I'm sorry, Feanor. I failed you. I failed you.
It is what it is. We all have those days, man.
Yeah. But I think my ranking is Hero is number one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like I loved how that one other dude, I forget his name, and Jet Li realizes comes to an understanding with the Emperor. And I like how the Emperor gets really emotional because he's like, oh, you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, because it's so easy to misunderstand motives for evil and all that, which I thought was very interesting and very well handled.
In my opinion, the best character in that movie is the Emperor. I think.
Yeah, and the Emperor wasn't. And one thing that I was pointing out, like that they can't do nowadays. They make characters so stupid. The Emperor was not stupid. Like the Emperor was seeing his bullshit right away.
Yeah, he saw his bullshit right away. But he was also smart enough to instead of just killing him right then and there, he listened to the rest of it. He wanted to hear the real story.
Yeah,
which I thought was really good. And
yes,
the best part of the Emperor, I think, was that final scene. A spoiler alert for anybody. I mean, the movie's 25 years old, or 22 years old, however old. But
2000, yeah.
When he orders his men to shoot, there's hesitation. He
yes.
The name Jet Li's character spared his life. He does not want to kill this guy, but he has all of his court subjects that are screaming at him, telling him to kill him. And
it's and the thing it kind of goes back to the Roman Empire. You're like, who actually has the power there?
Yeah. Well, if
he doesn't do it, so someone's going to off him and replace him with someone who will.
Well, we'll see, but that's the thing too, is if he doesn't do it, then it's going to encourage more assassins to come. Whereas if he just 86s this dude right now, by doing that, you're actually saving some lives, because you might actually be deterring other people from trying to come and assassinate the Emperor. It's okay, if I turn this guy into a pincushion, we might avoid problems later on.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this sucks because the guy spared my life, and we just had this great conversation. I really don't want to kill him. He seems like a good dude. This is a shitty situation that I'm in right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're a ruler, you're a politician. You have to think several moves ahead.
Exactly.
And you have to see what the consequences are. That's why he made that decision. It's just I like that there was that conflict there. I thought that was great, and it was a great movie. Like I really enjoyed it.
As much as I think the fight between Donnie Yen and Jet Li is the best fight in cinema ever.
Yes,
my favorite fight in this film is actually Maggie Chun's character, Flying Snow, versus Jet Li. When they're surrounded by the soldiers, and the soldiers start chanting, and you have I hesitate to call them Gregorian chants, because that's not quite what they are, but you actually have the soundtrack coming in.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it's that one right there. Yeah, and you have the drums kicking in, and the anticipation of the fight builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. It's really, really good.
Ads.
Damn it! Make me producer at Amazon right now. Give me Zongi Mao as my director, and just let me give me $10 million, and I will create a quality product. Damn it!
Yeah, I mean, especially since that's possible now. I believe it.
Yeah. It's like,
Look at this. Look at this.
yeah, it's all. Oh, excuse me. It's all practical.
Yes.
Dude,
It's all practical. It's all people there. Like,
yo, this is an awesome shot right here. I love these type of shots. You got the look at the background. Like they're completely.
Well, and here's the thing that I love about that. If you can go back to that shot real quick.
Sure.
Okay. The thing I love about this is that you have the Emperor's army, which almost comes across in the movie as this just colorless machine, right?
Yeah.
And then you have Flying Snow there, who is just such a stark contrast in the bright blue and the white and looking so elegant. And it's a stark contrast to what the Emperor is putting. It's oh my goodness. It's thematically it's so good.
Yes.
And it's so simple too. It's just utilizing color to illustrate the differences between the two factions, so to speak. It's not just in terms of like, figuring out whose side is what, but also from a more oh, help me out here. The word's escaping me. I can't think of the word right now. It's probably because I'm fucking tired, but
I don't know what's with the lag here, but
well, it probably helps.
Yeah, probably does. It probably does too.
Yeah.
Like that camp in the background obviously is probably CGI. But
like I'm getting it like this makes me think of, the encircling. It makes me think of Game of Thrones with the Battle of the Bastards right here.
Yeah.
With the shields and all that.
I was thinking of the same thing.
Yeah.
This is so much better though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt, Feanor,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
But yeah, just you see as their fight kind of builds up, and when the guys start chanting, and she's gonna die, or at least she doesn't die. She gets injured, but the army thinks that she's dead.
Yeah,
I think it's right here. Or no. It's
unsheath your sword.
I think it's right. Ah, it's right here. Here we go. You've skipped it just a tiny bit. Right about. Yeah, right there. Right. Let's go with right. Yeah.
This is crazy.
That's awesome. That slide and balance regain. That's good.
See if we get more.
Yeah, he signals for it, and then they all start chanting. One of these days, if we can get like a filter to put over Maggie Chung, so pretty. If we can get a filter, I might design something that's like the lore keepers filter, the like screen filter you can put over whatever you're watching. We should do like a live react to this movie. I would be down for watching it again and doing it live this time.
That sounds like an idea. I'll have to. The white cloaks have been able to do that with watching the Wheel of Time season, so I could probably talk to them.
Yeah, talk to them and see about, and like we could do like a massive like live watch party. I would be so down because more people need to experience this movie. Not enough people have experienced this movie.
I agree. I agree with that. So Hero is my number one.
Cool.
of the three so far. So my number 2, and I don't know, you might think I'm nuts, but my number 2 is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Okay. No, I don't think you're nuts for that. For me, the only reason why I would pick
House of the Flying Daggers.
House of Flying Daggers ahead of and this is just a personal preference for me, is that I felt more invested in the characters in House of Flying Daggers than I did in the characters in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah.
It just, the story, whole scenes in that movie to me meandered along too long. Like it's just like like the plot got very, very convoluted to me. Whereas in House of Flying Daggers, there was a bunch of like plot twists, but like I was still
like it got confusing. That was the other thing. House of Flying Daggers got pretty confusing at first. So I'll need to rewatch that one. I do need to rewatch Crouching Tiger because there were points where I think I missed a few things too. So
yeah. So so you're going Hero 1, Crouching Tiger 2, and then House of Flying Daggers 3. What about you, Dreadroberts?
I don't know. I'd actually say that House of Flying Daggers is number 1 for me.
Oh, really?
Going back and watching it with you guys, while we were watching it, I just got into their heads, man.
Oh, fair enough.
It was, just seeing their struggle, dude. Like their understanding that, like, dude, these, like, this whole thing's messed up and pointless, and I've just totally bonded with this dude in a way that you just don't ever do. Remember we were talking about it, like,
which dude? Crazy. Which one? The handsome,
the main guy, the main guy.
Yeah, the main guy who's in House of the Flying Daggers. That's the handsome guy, right? The one that goes after
the handsome guy. That's right, the handsome guy. All right, so we'll go with the handsome guy. But yeah, dude, just seeing their bond together, and that, like, in battle and everything, like, that was some great storytelling, dude. The movie was I agree, it was slow in some parts, but honestly, I think just the fact that it could pull me into their headspace in such a way that it did puts it at number 1 for me, because I think Hero is a great film, cinematically, and it does have some really deep storytelling elements. But I just think that, like, that was sitting with you guys watching that was a pretty big experience, just getting into their heads like that. And it doesn't happen often. Right. So that just puts it at number 1. And then Crouching Tiger, I think I agree about the convoluted plot thing. That puts it at number 3, but that movie was still great too.
It was a great film. It just that plot was just all over the place.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say about character investment, you're right. I think you're right about House of Flying Daggers. Oh, that was such a cool scene.
That was cool.
That was really cool.
Bamboos. Yeah.
I want filming like this again. What happened, guys? Why does everything suck?
Yeah. When they were throwing the bamboo and they're just like running through the trees and stuff. Oh,
that's so good. It's so good, and it's so simple. It's just utilizing the environment. There's nothing really like crazy. Like, okay, this is getting. I mean, that still looks pretty good. That still looks all right. That looks fine. Like, in the little bits where they use the CGI, it's fine.
It's when they're like running through the trees, like hopping from branch to branch, dodging like ever so flying bamboo past their heads constantly. Yeah. Like, that's when it just heats up in that scene, man.
Yeah. Well, what I thought was cool is like it's actually, I'm not gonna say it's a strategy that would work, quote unquote, like flying through a bamboo forest, but the idea that you have you're the enemy side and you have the bamboo around you anyway, so you might as well use it as a weapon, and you just chop up like a 5-foot long thing of bamboo and you sharpen it real quick and then throw it at somebody. Like, that's cool.
How did they get up there? How did they get up there? They must have really climbed.
They just barrel rolled up those things. Like they're literally just like Donkey Konged up the tree. It was just insane.
Yeah.
Oh man. And I have to say, for all three of these films, even if I think especially in my opinion, Crouching Tiger, like I said, was convoluted. I have to say the acting in all three of these films was solid.
Yeah,
I think the acting was
the acting was great. I thought the acting was great.
Yeah,
I liked. Yeah, it was just it was the weird twists. I'm just like this one just confused me. So I was just like, what's going on? Like what?
Right.
Like, yeah, because the person she tries to assassinate, she actually knew or something. I think, or something. It was just, I don't know. I'll have to watch it again.
Give it a rewatch. Give it a rewatch.
It only gets worse and more intense from here too.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because they're already like past their limits in this scene. Like, and that's when they're really like they have to like rely on each other 100%. Oh.
Yeah, like this is intense.
Yo.
Oof.
Whoa.
Yo.
The what was I gonna say? Well, in Hero, like, so I was thinking about like character dynamics because Dread, you were talking about like getting invested in the characters, and one of the characters I get invested in with that film is Broken Sword, because like he's all gung ho to kill the Emperor, because you see in the flashback he and the Emperor fight, and then he's trying to like convince everybody, like, listen, like it's time for everybody just to stop killing each other. I'm so sick of this crap, and nobody's listening to him.
Yeah.
And eventually it gets to the point where he proves kind of how pointless all the killing and butchery is when he lets Flying Snow just kill him. Like, here's how much of a waste all this is.
Yeah.
When it could all just be our land, which I thought was a good message overall. But
yeah, that's great. That's great, man. Like, I like the way you explained it.
Yeah. This director, because it's the same director for Hero as with House of Flying Daggers. He has a very unique and very recognizable way of filming. I can't remember if he did Crouching Tiger 2. I don't think that he did. He might have. Let me double check. I could have that wrong.
I forget, what was his name? Zhang Yimou?
Zhang Yimou, yeah. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Poodle. Let's see here. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Made in 2000. 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, 7.9 on IMDb.
Ang Lee directed this one.
Ang Lee, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I will say about Zhang Yimou, though, he works best if he's on a limited budget. Did you guys ever see the movie The Great Wall with Mark Wahlberg?
Yes, I actually did.
Isn't Matt Damon in that one?
Or is it Matt Damon? Is it
Matt
Damon?
Yeah, it's Matt Damon.
It's Matt Damon. Yeah. You're right. I was getting my actors.
Isn't there like dragons and orcs in that one too?
There's like, these weird beasts and everything. That's a Zhang Yimou film. But that's when Zhang Yimou was given like $90 million to make The Great Wall. And it was like, okay, let's keep his budget short. That way he actually like has to get stupid creative, like with the bamboo forest.
Yes. Yeah.
See, and that's the thing too. I think that you talk about how to improve. Like we were talking about how to improve gaming, improving entertainment overall. Quit handing studios massive budgets. Stop.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Because you can see we've been showing on screen for the past like half hour to an hour different scenes from films that have budgets that did not exceed $15 million. Yeah. And it's like the reason why that is so good is because a limited budget means that the director, whoever's directing it, has to be creative.
Yep.
Right.
That's why That's why older Star Trek, for instance, had some really good, well-written episodes because they didn't have the budget to make all these action pew pew episodes.
Yeah.
They had to really think and come up with ideas that allowed them to, still have an episode, but yet still maintain its budget and still be compelling at the same time. So, yeah, I am totally with you because all that budget that's going into all these shows. I mean, look at Halo. Sorry, I have to bring out Halo again. Like, where's the budget going? Where's all that money going?
Right.
In the pockets of producers.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That show is. Oh my goodness. I know.
It's so bad.
I hate it.
Everything sucks.
Yeah.
It's all just shit these days. Like, but the only really and truly the only way to get things back to being good is to point out why things back in these days and even before then, explain why they were good, illustrate why they're good, and hopefully people will see these examples from the past and try and emulate them in some capacity. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, 100. What's funny is there's 180 watching from X right now, and only 5 watching from YouTube. I don't understand this at all. So
well,
there's 100.
Wow.
And the one thing I will say about X is that it's a much easier platform to get traction on, so to speak. Like just in terms of just outreach. I think it's just because of the way it's formatted. It's really convenient in terms of like getting your voice out there.
I still haven't gone up in followers though, so this is strange.
Well, it could be existing followers too. That's the thing.
I doubt it. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Maybe it's just people who love wuxia films.
Yeah, it could be. You know what? It might be the CCP that's watching us. Okay.
Exactly.
This is TikTok.
Which hello, President Xi Jinping. I have never once compared you to Winnie the Pooh ever.
Wow, you just love bringing the politics in, Feanor.
Okay, listen.
I have no intention of taking my own life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Okay, listen, Nerdporal, my friend, my man, my best bud. It's okay to make fun of Xi Jinping. Okay, that was all right. That was understood universally across the globe as being okay.
So the views of the guests may not or may not necessarily reflect the views of the Nerdporeal continuum.
We'll never know for sure. So
yeah,
never know for sure.
Oh
so,
yeah, you weren't kidding. 180 live viewers. Dang.
100. Well, right now it's 188, 183 live from X, and 5 from 5. Only 5 from YouTube. So I like how YouTube. I like how you like. I was in my alternate account, my alternate account for YouTube, and I posted the live stream, and I didn't get a notification. I didn't get a notification for my Nerdporeal live stream.
Right.
So
wow,
that's weird.
I want to say the F word right now. So
you must feel very elated.
Whoa,
my friend.
What were you saying, Dread?
I was saying you must feel very elated, Brian.
Yeah. Right. I probably do. I don't know.
We're just gonna stream to X from now. No, I'm just joking. We're gonna stream both.
But it's just like it's slowly growing up. It's like it's slowly again the live viewers is growing throughout time. Like there's very few people have left. So
well, be careful. You might make some of them feel self-conscious.
Yeah, what they're like, oh man, what have I been doing? I've been listening to these guys for almost 4 hours now. Jeez, we've been going for 4 hours.
Time for me to go.
Dawned on me.
Yeah, we're so you guys think we covered everything. Is there anything else you guys want to cover? You guys tired? Want to get some sleep? And
I want to cover.
How dare you hold us hostage like this?
I want to cover myself in a blanket, bro, and go to bed. I'm so exhausted.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
hungry.
All right, so then I feel bad now. I'm holding you as prisoner. So
No, you're good. I thoroughly enjoyed this. It's been a great conversation. Honestly, it's no bullshit. I genuinely really enjoyed this.
So I got okay. So any final thoughts on the stuff that we talked about?
Rings of Power sucks. The gaming industry is totally bonkers right now. Rip Akira Toriyama, and Wuja would make the best Tolkien adaptation because it is an awesome genre of films.
So what should we watch? Wuxia wise, what should we watch next? So there's let me look. Shadow.
I want to watch Shadow with you because I think you'll think that film is flipping cool.
Okay, so there's Shadow, there's The Assassin, there's Curse of the Golden Flower.
That's the other one I want to watch with you.
All right, so I'll write it down. So I wrote down Twilight of the Dark Master. So I didn't even know this existed. Thanks again.
Yeah.
So Shadow, Wuxia. You up for it? You up for it, Kyle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it.
Shadow and Curse of the Golden Flower. There's other movies I'm seeing here. There's Sword of Destiny.
Sword of Destiny.
Crouching Tiger. God of War.
I don't believe you.
Brotherhood of Blades.
Bob.
Oh yeah.
Brotherhood of Blades. Bob.
What about The Assassin?
The Assassin. Let me see if I remember that one.
It looks like a woman in a red dress. 2015. During the 9th century, a general's young daughter is kidnapped and trained to become an exceptional assassin. When she doesn't execute her mission, she's ordered to kill her betrothed. Of course, you're going to choose between love, family, and the assassin. So this is 2015, directed by Ho Xiao Shin. I think that's how you say it.
Sounds
I have to learn how to pronounce Chinese names. I think it's Ho Xiao Shin with the I'll have an H in the beginning. Oh, Whisker Fisherman for $2. It has nothing to say. Thanks, Whisker Fisherman. Thank you.
Wow.
We will split that. I don't know.
So is this so the I have to ask what how do you interpret this speechless super chat? What is he really saying here? Oh, by the way, I do have to watch. I do want to read this. I do have to read Blood Meridian. I have the book on my Kindle here. If you like, it's supposed to be like a Western, an anti-Western, a deconstruction, so to speak, but it's messed up. It's effed up. So
it's a long book.
One that is not, it's not a wuxia film, but it's a film we should watch anyway because it's really freaking good. Is Memoirs of a Geisha.
Memoirs.
Great movie.
Of a Geisha.
Yeah.
Geisha.
Yes.
So it's Japanese.
Yes.
Geisha.
But the actress who plays the geisha is the same Chinese lady from from all three of the films that we just watched. Zhang. She's like for this time period, she was like the Chinese actress star. She was it.
Have you seen Fearless? Another Jet Li.
Yes.
Any good?
Yeah, Fearless is excellent.
There's plenty to watch. So I guess next one is going to be Shadow. Shadow's going to be
John Williams in Memoirs of a Geisha too.
That's right, he did, didn't he? I forgot about that. That's right. Oh,
that's our boy.
Chillporeal. There's one other one we got to throw on there too. It's not wuxia, but it's a martial arts film. It's Donnie Yen's Ip Man. IP Man.
Ip Man.
Ip Man. Yep.
Those came out like the 80s, right, or 90s.
Ip Man. Those were like Ip Man was early 2000s. I thought. Hold on.
Oh, then I'm thinking of something else then. So,
yeah.
Okay. Got it all. Got it. Got it all written down here.
Big old list.
That's just one page.
Yeah. Yeah, not even a page, less than a page. Kyle,
Right.
thanks, Kyle. I love you, Kyle.
We will get to a page.
Love you, Brian. All right.
So, all right. So, Fane, what about you, Kyle? What you got? Any final thoughts?
I know we covered a lot of it, but just if you want to know where Sweet Baby Inc. is, just look at Brutus's post on Twitter, or just go to that page, Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, and you can just see what they're doing. You decide. But yeah, gaming otherwise is in deep doo doo. The movie industry is, and if you want, rip Akira Toriyama. Big part of my childhood. It's gonna be an interesting year, that's for sure. But yeah, but I had a fun time with both of you guys. It was actually a really fun talk, and I got sucked in.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed yourselves. I think I spoke the least out of the three of us. I think I spoke the least out of the three of us. You guys had like these insane monologues that were just awesome. I love it. That's what Chillporeal. That's the power of Chillporeal right there.
Yes.
Okay, I'm thinking. I think too much of myself. So, but yeah, for me, I mean, like, am I planning on watching Rings of Power? Don't know. Am I going to buy any more Sweet Baby Inc. games? Not really. Toriyama though, Memory Eternal. That's orthodox for rest in peace. But or rest in power is what everybody's saying. So, rest in power. And the Wuxia saga will continue with what was it? We're gonna watch Shadow. So
Shadow.
We'll have to. We should also, if you're up for it for 45 minutes, we should also add Twilight of the Dark Master. I kind of since you recommended that, I kind of want to watch it now with you. Mm-hmm. So we should definitely do that.
That's one. That's another one we might consider doing live. I'm just saying that might be another one we consider, because I know for a fact you're going to love it. I know for a fact you're going to love that movie.
Yeah, I think I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. So, but thanks guys for doing the stream with me. Is there anything you want to promote? We'll start with Kyle, because Kyle, I know, just released a video, didn't you, Kyle?
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I dropped a video about Sweet Baby Inc. today, and just the ongoing down spiral that is them and their compatriots. So, and I do pop culture news videos. I try to do them every day, but I try to consolidate a lot of information. So, I'm getting into animation this year, dabbling in that. I'm trying to practice, and I'm creating something pretty special, but we'll see when it comes out. And I've got a second gaming channel called Judson the Gamer. That's for gaming updates. And, if you're interested in video game stuff, it's probably going to be a lot of Elden Ring, because I'm obsessed with that game. Have been for like years now. Then, just check it out over there, Judson the Gamer. And that's about all I got. Otherwise, I'm on Twitter, and I love these guys. And so you'll see me around them.
It's Judson with 2 Ds, right?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Judson with 2 Ds.
All right. Is it Judson? Okay, here we go. I got your channel. You got 24 subscribers. I'm gonna put the link in. Everybody, if you're still here, definitely click the link and subscribe to Kyle's gaming channel. Especially if you're a fan of oh dang it, I did it from StreamYard. I did it from StreamYard. I gotta do it from YouTube. So
heck yeah.
And I'm watching myself on YouTube right now. This is weird.
Yeah, it must be jarring.
So let's paste that. I forgot to pause that. And subscribe. All right, right down for. There we go. All right. So yeah, that's his channel. And good night, Jacob. About you, Feanor, you got any videos? Or you got any lore videos you're gonna do, or any?
Well, it's kind of like I said on Miss Mark Muse's stream. I'm getting some stuff this weekend, hopefully. New laptop, whole bunch of different stuff, and then gonna be beginning work on a video regarding the Every Frame a Pause podcast and their coverage or the lack of quality in their coverage of topics relating to Tolkien. And that's going to be a long boy that I've been working on for a while now. It's probably going to estimated timelines about 2.5 hour long video. I might actually have to condense it though, but I'm gonna be working on that. And then also hopefully in the next 2-3 weeks, I will have a photography store open up. It's gonna be on ArtStation, and it's just gonna be nature photography. So if you're interested in like getting a framed portrait of like a bugling elk or a mountainscape, I'm gonna be going out in the woods and just getting all these really nice pictures because it's a hobby of mine, and uploading them to ArtStation and selling them as prints. So be on the lookout for that. And then, of course, other than that, I'm still going to be continuing working on my script for my my web series that I hopefully will begin filming at some point next year once I have all the camera equipment and all that ready to go. So
that's sick.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So.
Look, if you need a voice actor for any kind of like small creature,
it's I can't get too involved in the plot right now. Let me. I don't even want to really.
You don't have to write them in or anything, but I'm just I got a little bit of range.
Well, I'm trying to figure out a way to describe it without spoiling anything. So it's like it's gonna be kind of like if Survivor Man, Planet Earth, and Tolkien's world all had a baby together. Okay. That's kind of what it's gonna be like. But that's all I will say because I don't want to spoil anything. And I'm super, super excited about it. Because I'm on like my 15th or 20th redraft of how I want to write this thing. Wow. So yeah.
Keep it under wraps, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My mouth is like sealed on everything about this. So. Oh man. But yeah.
All right. Well, thank you once again, Feanor. Thank you for putting in over 4 hours. Now, this is not the longest stream, but this is the longest. I'll call this. I came up with an idea. This is a crossover Chillporeal. So instead of having just one guest, have two guests. Pair people up. And so far, this one worked out. So I might try with other people who I think I'll have to determine who are compatible, who have chemistry. And if anybody has ideas, feel free to let me know, DM me or write in the chat or something like that. I'll definitely hear you out. So, but yeah, next week I'm doing a normal Chillporeal with one guest, and it's going to be a guest that everybody knows. I probably should have had him on much earlier, but I can't wait to have him on. And I have to watch a few shows. I have to watch Shogun. I have to watch Band of Brothers, and probably a few other things just to get be able to have a nice little discussion about that and give me a reason to watch them, give me an incentive to watch them. So, so I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to restart. I plan to do I'm going to be doing the book club for the next Wheel of Time book, The Lord of Chaos, probably in the next few weeks. I don't know when. I haven't started reading it yet. It's considered the high point of the 14-book series so far. So book 6 ends on a major battle. Lots of stuff happens. And then the slog hits. And I don't know if you've heard of the slog, Feanor, but the slog, well, I kind of feel the slog already started, and all the white cloaks and everyone's definitely going to push back. I'm like, no, this is great stuff. And I'll be like, You're probably right, but I still didn't enjoy it. So that's just me.
I'll have to, well, because I know William's going to be breathing down my neck about it if I don't get started on those books soon. So I really need to. And honestly, him and Lady B were kind enough to send them to me. So I definitely feel obligated to actually like start on them.
Eye of the World's a great. The first 3 books are really good. The second book is just insane, but the first book is it's got a lot of elements of Tolkien, but it's much more tense. There's a lot more tension. Wow. But the opening prologue, you're like, dude, what is like? Whoa! You're like, whoa! So, but it's a great setup for the world and all that. But I mean, I think you'll like the Wheel of Time personally. I think you might even like the books I don't like. So
I'm going to keep my word and actually get started on them. You know what? I might not tonight, but I'll probably get started on them.
And if you're interested, I may or may not have done a book club on the first book. So if you want to get some additional insight, there's me, Nathan, Pips, and Prophet of the Dragon. We're talking about, the every aspect of the book, split into like 4 streams, each probably 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours each. So it's a good podcast to listen to. So and yeah, I've been doing them consistently throughout my read. So I do want to do something for other book series. So like Song of Ice and Fire, maybe Tolkien. I do eventually want to read the Silmarillion, and I know I need to recruit a High King, Alpha Chad, to talk about that with. So I really enjoy doing book clubs, because there's points where there's points and there's things that I miss and that others have told me, like, hey, you missed this, you missed what happened here and all that. I was like, oh.
Once I get you into the Silmarillion, man, we're gonna spend just 5 hours in the first chapter. That's the way it's gonna go down. Like, allow me to describe to you the Ainu Lindale. Come on, let's do this. All right, cool. That's the creation of the world as written by Tolkien.
Yeah,
that's so fantastic. But yeah, definitely do that.
Yeah, and video content. I am currently reading the history of 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's my next retrospective. It's a tough one because there's a lot of things. It's practically a silent picture for the most part. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of symbolism that's in the visuals and in the sound and the music that you have to think about. And I've been watching other videos. I've been watching other people's opinions and seeing what matches up with what I want to talk about. So it's an interesting one. I also want to learn the history of and the intent behind the project. So that's why I'm reading. I'm trying to get some better sources. I don't want to just read Wikipedia and then put that into my script. I want to be a little bit better. I want it to be a little bit better than the stuff I've done before. So yeah, that's currently where I'm at. So but yeah, guys, this was a great stream. And not quite at 200, but we're at 196 now. And I'm guessing out of the 196, only 4 are on YouTube. So 192. So what can I say? So guys, all 192 of you on X, come to YouTube, hit the like button, hit the bell, and subscribe and follow me on Twitter, follow me on X if you're actually listening, if you're a real person. I double dog dare you.
Wow.
I triple. Sorry, I triple dog dare you.
Whoa. We're getting uncharted territory now. Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
You did the triple dog dare. So
next thing you know, he's gonna start betting people. I don't know what the hell's gonna happen here.
Oh, I gotta watch it. I haven't watched that in a few years. I gotta watch that again. So, all right, guys. Everybody, take care. Have a great night and stay safe. You guys can say something if you want. Please say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Peace.
Goodbye.